Nile is sitting at her desk, looking frustrated as she keeps clicking her computer mouse. The program she's trying to open is taking forever, and no matter how many times she tries, it just won't load. She bites her nails, feeling more and more impatient as the screen stays frozen. "Why is this computer so slow?" she mutters, clearly annoyed. The idea of finishing her work and catching the last bus home feels impossible now, like something that's never going to happen at this rate. Nile's mind drifts back to the last 3 days, where she barely managed to get 3 hours of sleep between long shifts. She's been working overtime non-stop, and the exhaustion is catching up to her. She clicks again, and the program finally opens, but instead of working smoothly, it starts another slow loading process. That's when she loses it. She throws her hands in the air and yells, "Ooh, this stupid computer. If they expect me to work overtime, they should at least give me one that works." Her screen is a mess, with multiple programs open at once, all demanding her attention. She glances at her calendar, and suddenly freezes. There's a note reminding her of the 200-day anniversary. Immediately, her thoughts go back to a painful memory. She remembers the argument with her ex-boyfriend, his voice sharp and cold. He had been so clear with his words, "I've been patient and waited every single time, but now you're canceling our 200-day anniversary trip because of work, again." She had tried so hard to explain to him that she didn't have a choice, that work was piling up and there was nothing she could do. But the more she tried to make him understand, the worse it got. He kept thinking she didn't care about their relationship, that her job was more important than him. Things spiraled from there, and all their constant fighting led to the breakup. Nile still regrets canceling the trip at the last minute. She remembers asking him in shock, "Did you really just curse at me?" as he turned his back and walked away, leaving their relationship in pieces. Now, sitting at her desk, she rips the calendar page off the wall. Her frustration boils over, and she crumples the paper into a ball, tossing it angrily into the trash bin. "Who even cares about a 200-day anniversary anyway?" she mutters, bitterness clear in her voice. But as she looks at the crumpled page in the trash, tears start to fill her eyes. It's not that she didn't feel bad about the breakup, it's that she kept putting off the trip, choosing work over him, over and over again. Her computer finally starts working, giving her a brief moment of relief. But before she can even get comfortable, the screen turns blue, and the system crashes, forcing a restart. She feels a heavy weight in her chest, but she pushes through, determined not to let this ruin her progress. She scrambles to recover her work, but it's already too late, the files are gone. Tears start to fall as the stress catches up with her, and the realization of how much time she's lost sinks in. With the deadline looming, her thoughts spiral. The client's office stays open until Saturday, but the files need to be reviewed soon. She knows how picky they are and can already sense that tonight is going to be another long one. No matter how much effort she puts into the work, she knows it won't be good enough the first time, and the weight of the task feels unbearable. As Nile continues to cry, her eyes drift back to the crumpled calendar page in the trash. That's when it hits her. She's more upset about losing her files than she ever was about the breakup. Her heart aches as she realizes, maybe I didn't care about him as much as I thought. The tears fall harder, not just because of the files or the breakup, but because it dawns on her that her life feels like it's slowly unraveling. Everything feels out of control, and as the tears soak the table, the weight of it all crashes down on her. In her frustration, she begins to blame Kwon Si-Jin, her CEO. She bitterly thinks about how his demands are a big reason she's stuck in this endless cycle of overtime. His perfectionism leaves no room for mistakes or understanding, and she feels trapped under his impossible expectations. People like him, who always seem perfect, don't get what it's like to struggle, she muses, thinking about how someone like him could never understand the pressure she's under. As she gathers her things to leave, she notices that the lights in Kwon Si-Jin's office are still on. It's late, and she's surprised and irritated that he's still here. The pressure from his constant presence feels overwhelming. With 2 of her colleagues on maternity leave and another out, the entire workload has fallen on her shoulders. She feels defeated, knowing no matter how hard she tries, she'll never meet his standards. The thought sinks in deeper, and she's left wondering if this cycle will ever end. Nile's frustration finally boils over. Without thinking, she storms into Mr. Kwon's office, her voice ringing out in the empty space. "I really don't think this is fair, Mr. Quan," she yells, but the moment she steps inside, she realizes she didn't knock. Her heart skips a beat as she sees him sitting at his desk, facing away from her, completely absorbed in his work. For a second, she considers backing out, suddenly feeling embarrassed for barging in like that. But she takes a deep breath, mentally telling herself to stay strong and deal with this. Carefully, she walks closer, her voice softer this time. "Mr. Quan," she calls, hoping to get his attention. He doesn't respond, still focused on whatever is on his screen. Her anxiety grows as she moves even closer, and lightly taps him on the shoulder. The clock hits 11:59 p.m., just as he spins around, making her jump in surprise. The sudden movement and the shift to midnight leave her standing there, frozen, unsure of what to do next. She waits, her mind racing, not sure what kind of reaction she's about to get. Nile sits down, her hands gripping her head, eyes locked on the chaotic scene in front of her. Her mind spins, trying to grasp how everything spiraled into this bizarre situation. The thought of it fitting into her life feels impossible, almost laughable. She pulls at her hair in frustration, feeling trapped by how ridiculous everything has become. She takes a moment to compose herself, hiding her face behind her hands and turning away to collect her thoughts. An apology slips out quietly as she tries to calm down. Slowly, she peeks through her fingers, glancing back at him. Without much thought, she points out something unexpected, but the sharp response that follows catches her completely off guard. It leaves her stunned, unsure of how to react to the sudden tension in the room. Nile freezes for a moment, trying to remember if she had knocked at all. As she runs through the events in her mind, it hits her that she hadn't, and the realization makes her even more flustered. In her confusion, she quickly responds, explaining that he probably didn't hear her because he was so absorbed in his work. Internally, though, she's frustrated, wondering why he's suddenly using her last name. It's as if he's trying to intimidate her, but she's not about to back down that easily. When she finally meets his gaze, she sees the perfect chance to take control of the conversation. He stays seated, calmly asking if she usually waits for a response after knocking. She stands firm, insisting that she did wait and wonders why he's even here when Mr. Quan had said he wouldn't be. The words tumble out, and she finds herself lying, saying she had only come in to leave a note. Deep down, she knows she's making the whole thing up, but now she's stuck in the story she's spinning. He suggests that she could have just sent him a message on the computer instead. As she thinks about how uncomfortable she feels, she admits to herself that she's never been so exposed in front of any man before. She argues to him that face-to-face talks are better for important things. In her mind, she imagines her CEO as someone who might keep her around just for his own twisted amusement. Back in the real world, her frustration keeps building. She reflects on how her boss always calls her Miss Kim, and wonders why he's suddenly trying to act friendly. He comes closer, commenting on her reaction and hinting that it would be a big deal if this incident got out. Her frustration peaks as she argues that she's not planning to report him, just trying to deal with the issue directly. She feels like she's letting him off too easily. He brushes off her concerns, saying that no one would believe her, and that he's safe from any defamation claims. Nile stands her ground, making it clear that his behavior is making her uncomfortable. He smirks and suggests that if they both just keep quiet, no one will ever find out about this incident. As she notices how close they are standing, she starts to worry about how this could look to someone else. He provocatively suggests that even if she did report him, it wouldn't make any difference. She responds by saying she doesn't want to be involved in any scandalous situation, even though he's clearly trying to make her uncomfortable. He moves in closer, saying he feels like a dog in this situation, and his comment leaves her confused and unsure of how to react. Nile stands there, feeling like her feet are stuck to the ground. She's faced with a man who has turned an already awkward situation into something even more complicated. She's left to think about her options, unsure of what to do next. Miss Kim can't help but remember the first time she met Kwon Si-Jin, the CEO. From the start, she didn't like him at all. There was something about him that just bothered her. As she got to know him better, her dislike only grew. To her, he seemed to have a terrible personality and always said things that made her angry. She saw him as someone who looked good on the outside, but was unpleasant on the inside. At first, she had been drawn to his looks. He was definitely good-looking, and his charming smile made her heart flutter a bit. But it didn't take long for her to see beyond that. Within just a few weeks, his charm wore off, and all she could see was the man she came to dislike. She often wondered how she ever thought he was attractive in the first place. Now, Nile finds herself in a situation she never expected. She's lying on top of the CEO's desk, with him leaning over her. The room feels tense, and she's really nervous, not sure what's going to happen next. Then, out of the blue, he tells her that she looks pretty. It's weird to hear that from him, especially since she's always disliked him. She can't believe this is the same guy who's always been so harsh with her. As she looks at him, she wonders if she's been wrong about him. Could this really be the cold, distant CEO she's dealt with all this time? When he mentions that she's been staring at him, she feels her face flush with embarrassment. She wants to tell him to stop talking like that, but she knows it wouldn't change anything. The conversation soon turns more personal. He asks about her boyfriend, and she admits they recently broke up. She hints that the breakup might be why she's in this awkward situation now. He responds bluntly, saying that breaking up was the best thing she's ever done. His comment feels like a dig, as if he's implying she hasn't done anything else worthwhile in her life. Nile tries to stay calm as she explains that she ended her relationship because she would have felt too guilty otherwise. But he interrupts, making it clear that it wasn't really her choice. Sure, he dumped you, he says, and his words hit her hard. The way he talks makes her feel small and vulnerable. As they keep talking, she starts to question her own actions. She wants to believe this is just a mistake, something she can forget later. But Quan's constant comments make it hard for her to hold onto that idea. He even suggests that her work must not be important if she has time for these distractions, which just frustrates her more. Despite trying to resist, Nile feels herself giving in. The doubts she had at the beginning start to fade, and she no longer feels like pushing him away. She tells herself it's just for one night, that she's seen worse from him before. But as he leans closer, she knows she's about to make a decision that will change everything. Soon, she stops resisting and lets herself get caught up in the moment. She ends up making out with her boss, convincing herself she's just going along with the madness for the night, until he suddenly bites her. Nile scrolls through the messages, getting more and more frustrated as she reads another rant from Lee Sang-hoon. This time, he's comparing her to other Korean women, saying she's different, but still making all sorts of ridiculous comments about women's roles. She can't believe she's still dealing with these rants after their breakup. She remembers him once saying that women who keep their jobs after marriage are selfish, and wonders if he really thinks she'd appreciate such sexist remarks. She sighs, clearly annoyed. A voice pulls her out of her thoughts, asking why she isn't getting on the elevator. She looks up, surprised to see Mr. Quan standing there. How long had he been there? She wonders. She apologizes and he points out that the elevator has arrived. They both get on the crowded elevator, but by the time it reaches the third floor, everyone else has gotten off, leaving just the two of them. She feels a bit relieved that the elevator is finally empty, but her relief is short-lived when Mr. Quan starts reading aloud from her phone. He's taller, so he can easily see the messages from Lee. As he reads, she gets more and more frustrated and tells him to stop, but he doesn't listen. She gets even more annoyed and says that if he keeps this up, she won't be able to work tomorrow. She accuses him of only caring about his job. She tries to grab the phone from him, but he keeps it out of her reach, his height giving him an easy advantage. She scolds him for invading her privacy, but he just casually says that once he starts reading something, he has to finish it. Kim, feeling frustrated, tells him that her messages are private and he has no right to read them. Instead of handing the phone back, he playfully moves it out of her reach, acknowledging that she's right, but not doing anything about it. She insists on getting her phone back, and he casually mentions their previous conversation, suggesting that he has some right to snoop. When he asks if she seriously considered marrying her ex, she is taken aback by his nerve. Her attempts to get her phone back are met with more teasing. He hints that scrolling through messages seemed too much effort, so he just looked at what was already on the screen. Although she's furious about his invasion of privacy, she starts to get distracted by mixed emotions. The combination of anger and attraction makes her feel confused, and she wonders how someone can be both intrusive and attractive at the same time. Mr. Quan keeps prying, trying to figure out how serious her past relationship was, and his good looks are a tempting distraction. When he calls Lee a pathetic loser ex, she can't help but point out that the label sounds even worse. Finally, he gives her phone back and comments that her past relationship didn't seem very happy. He seems to find the whole thing amusing, like her personal life is just entertainment for him. As she hides her phone behind her back, she insists she never thought about marrying Lee. But Mr. Quan still presses her for details about how much she liked her ex. She has a hard time expressing her feelings, saying that while she's embarrassed by the text messages, it doesn't reach the level of wanting to hurt someone. Mr. Quan finds this funny, suggesting that her feelings are based on how much she wants to lash out. Her frustration reaches its peak, and she accuses him of not having basic manners or common sense. He just smiles and says she should teach him those things herself. She's taken aback and tries to understand what he's saying. When she finally asks him to explain, he makes it clear that he's talking about common sense and manners. He has a mischievous grin on his face, one she's seen too many times. He casually points out that she's just said he needs to learn manners and common sense. As she looks back at him, she thinks, oh, you'll probably learn to appreciate them eventually, even if you are a big jerk, but she keeps this thought to herself. To shift the focus, she suggests he could work on his people skills. He quickly agrees and says she could help him with that. In her head, she wonders, why should I be the one to help him? Before she can say anything, he moves closer and smiles in a way that makes her uncomfortable. He then casually says he'll keep her secret. She's confused and wonders, what secret? But before she can ask, he leans in even closer and whispers that he'll keep quiet about their private encounters. His lips brush her ear, making her shiver, as she instinctively touches the spot where he had licked her. As he steps back, he mentions that her success in teaching him common sense will be the key. The way he says her name brings back memories of his teasing from last Friday. She watches him pat her on the back and walk away, his footsteps fading as he goes. She still feels where his lips touched her and wonders what just happened. Back at her desk, Miss Kim sits down and faces her laptop, ready to get to work. Seung-jae, one of her colleagues, approaches and asks about her conversation with Mr. Quan. She downplays it, saying it was nothing important. Despite his insistence, she insists nothing out of the ordinary occurred. In her mind, she grumbles about Seung-jae's sudden curiosity and his tendency to show up late, feeling frustrated by his questions. Seung-jae, not convinced by her attempt to brush it off, points out that it's unusual for her to be talking with the CEO like that. Kim tries to laugh it off, joking that maybe his hearing is going. But as they chat more, Seung-jae mentions that he saw her talking with Mr. Quan earlier, which makes her feel even more frustrated. Inside, she silently curses the fact that she's doing the work of 3 people, including Seung-jae's, while he acts like an artist. Even though there's tension, Seung-jae tries to be supportive, praising her for handling the workload so well, especially with 2 people out on maternity leave. Kim thinks to herself, "That's because I'm covering for 3 people, including you." Seung-jae, seemingly unaware of her frustration, keeps on with his compliments, but they do little to make her feel any better. As Seung-jae tries to comfort her awkwardly, Kim's mind drifts back to the events from last Friday with the CEO. She questions why she's fixating on it now, finding it hard to focus on what Seung-jae is saying. When the conversation turns lighter, Seung-jae jokes about how Kim always ends up fixing problems, despite the challenges. He even mentions her decent pay for it, which irritates her enough to slap his hand. Seung-jae, pretending to be hurt, makes a joke about workplace violence, but Kim can only roll her eyes at his persistent antics. Even though Seung-jae can be annoying, there's something oddly comforting about his playful teasing. He tells her not to let Mr. Kwon's criticism get to her, and says it actually shows she's talented. Kim brushes him off, saying not to worry, but deep down, she knows the CEO's harsh words tend to stick with her longer than they should. When Seung-jae mentions seeing her spacing out earlier, Kim realizes how off-balance she's been. She thinks to herself, "I must have looked pretty strange." She tells him she'll try to be more focused and less distracted from now on. They both look at the box of fancy snacks he brought from overseas. He knows her favorites, and despite her mixed feelings, she appreciates the thoughtful gesture. She thanks him, trying to sound more enthusiastic than she feels. He suggests taking a break and going on a date with her boyfriend, which catches her off guard. He even brings up their delayed anniversary trip due to work. As he talks, she realizes she hasn't thought about her ex much lately. When he apologizes for making her postpone her trip, she waves it off, saying it might actually be for the best. Even though he still feels guilty and tries to make things right, Kim can't really stay mad. "I'm not in the mood to explain that we broke up," she thinks. Instead, she just smiles and tells him to do better next time. After he leaves, she opens one of the snacks and takes a bite. As she enjoys it, she realizes how quickly Lee Sang-hoon has slipped from her thoughts. "Men don't matter much in my life after all," she decides, savoring the snack while watching him walk away. 6. At 6:40 p.m. Miss Kim glances at her system and sees the time. She stands up, feeling good as she pushes in her chair, thinking it's been ages since she left work on time. Just as she's about to head out, Seung-jae comes over and asks if she's leaving now. She nods, saying she's clocking off. He smiles and says it must feel like a real Saturday for her since it's been a while since she got off early. She gives a slight grin and mentions that she still has half the day left and wonders what she'll do with the rest of her time. Seung-jae suggests she should relax and enjoy her time off, and she agrees, though she seems a bit distracted. He then clasps his hands together and tells her to hang in there, calling her Sunbae. She playfully tells him not to worry about her and jokes that it would be a miracle if he finishes his work in time to go home. He laughs, saying he's in serious trouble and wonders what he'll do if the client rejects all their proposals. She reminds him it wouldn't be the first time, and he jokingly calls her mean. She waves at him with a smile and starts walking away. As she walks down the hallway to the elevator, her heels make a rhythmic sound that fills the corridor. She feels really good, not just because she's leaving work early, but also because she's completely forgotten about Sang-hoon. Her mood lifts as she thinks about this, and she presses the elevator button. When the elevator arrives almost right away, she takes it as a sign of good luck, which boosts her confidence even more. Once inside the elevator, she hears someone hurrying toward it, clearly trying to catch it. She decides to hold the door for them, thinking it's a nice thing to do for a co-worker. As the person gets closer, she realizes it's Mr. Quan. He thanks her as he steps in, and she mentally kicks herself for holding the door, wondering why it had to be her left hand doing the favor. She responds politely, saying it's no trouble. Mr. Quan smooths his hair and compliments her on her work that day, then asks if she's had dinner. She says yes, looking away, but he insists she hasn't. Turning to face him, she jokingly asks if he can smell the stew she ate. He teases her, asking if she had 3 different kinds of stew at once, and she responds that she ate with some other people. He then asks her what she feels like eating, but as the elevator gets close to the 3rd floor, she tells him she's already had dinner. He doesn't give up and keeps suggesting she choose something to eat. In her head, she thinks he never listens. Out loud, she says she has food at home and will be eating there. He crosses his arms and suggests they go to her place. Surprised, she asks if he's lost his mind, and he coolly replies that he won't lose his mind even if she takes him home. She insists that she wants to eat alone. As the elevator reaches the top floor and dings, she quickly steps out, saying she'll see him next week. She hurries away, her footsteps echoing in the hallway, but when she glances back, she sees he's right behind her. She reminds him again that she's eating alone and asks him to stop following her. He offers to pay for the meal if she doesn't want to share. Annoyed, she tries to explain that it's not about sharing food, but he interrupts, asking if she prefers Korean, Japanese, or Chinese food. Frustrated, she thinks he should stop interrupting and asks why Italian isn't an option. He casually says he had Italian for lunch and doesn't want it again. This only makes her more annoyed, and she wonders why he's only thinking about his preferences when he's the one asking her to dinner. He teases her, asking if she would join him for dinner if they picked Italian, which leaves her feeling confused and frustrated. She tries to explain that it's not about wanting Italian food, she's just curious. Then she catches herself thinking it's not like they're going on a date and scolds herself for even considering it. He puts a hand on her shoulder and suggests they go, which surprises her. Before she knows it, she's in his car. As they drive in silence, he tells her to put on her seatbelt. She keeps wondering why she's in the car, but before she can say anything, they are already on the road. He plays some soft music, and she thinks it would be better if it were louder to distract her. She tells him he can play whatever music he wants, and he says he likes the music that's on now. She's surprised and points out that this song is different from the one he played before, immediately regretting saying anything. He grins and teases her about noticing the music from when he drove her home before, asking if it was on purpose. She scolds herself in her head, realizing he's just messing with her. She admits it wasn't on purpose, just that she heard it for the first time, when he was doing something private. He corrects her, saying she also heard it when she was with him on Friday, which makes her quickly ask him not to bring it up. He suggests it's better to say they were intimate than to avoid the topic. She disagrees, and Mr. Quan casually suggests they just say they were intimate, which shocks her. She tries to brush it off, but he keeps teasing, saying she might see more of him in such situations. Trying to stay calm, she says it won't happen again, and asks him to watch his words. Mr. Quan then makes a joke about his junk, and she freezes. She quickly apologizes, saying she shouldn't have used that term, but he tells her he gets what she meant. However, he adds that hearing her use that term actually turned him on, which leaves her confused and wondering what he means. She notices he seems to be hinting that she's special to him, and it makes her feel even more unsettled inside. As she sits in the car, she looks back, thinking about everything that just happened. She realizes she can easily make others angry. Holding the steering wheel, she wonders if it's obvious. When she turns and sees his smile, her frustration grows. She thinks, what is he talking about, and feels a strong urge to hit him. As he faces her, his words keep repeating in her mind. He suggests she could get closer to him and teases that she looks cute when she's trying. This just makes her more frustrated, and she thinks about punching him. But he seems unfazed, even encouraging her to go ahead, and saying her punches would be weak. He grins, and she looks down, feeling unsure. She thinks, what's going on, and tries to brush it off as just a reaction. But then he says something that surprises her. He hints that there's something more intimate between them, something she isn't ready to admit. She wonders, what does he want from me? His casual comments about them being together confuse her even more. She can't believe what he's suggesting, especially since he's making it seem like their relationship is more complicated than she thought. She puts her hands on her head, feeling overwhelmed by his boldness. He keeps teasing her, saying she must have a secret, and that he should be the one to keep it. She thinks to herself that he's always causing trouble, and his words only make her more frustrated. He leans back in his chair, looking amused by how she's reacting. She stays quiet for a moment, her mind racing. Even though she's frustrated, she wonders why he has to be so handsome. She wants to get away from this whole situation, but finds it hard to do so. Finally, she says she doesn't want to get mixed up in this. He just agrees, almost as if he knows exactly what she's thinking. She admits that even though she doesn't like him, she's not ready to quit her job or leave the company. He questions her determination, making her wonder why he's so persistent. She feels a mix of anger and confusion, thinking, what's this guy up to? As they keep driving, she looks out the window and sees her reflection. She's puzzled, trying to figure out what he really wants. Finally, she asks him straight up if all he wants is to sleep with her or if there's something more. She tells him she can keep his secret without having to sleep with him. He looks at her, not seeming bothered by what she says. Then, he reveals his true feelings. He's hurt because of her, and being with her is his way of dealing with it. She's shocked by his honesty. He admits that even though being with her feels good, it's not enough for him. As she grips the steering wheel tighter, she honks the horn in frustration, feeling trapped in this mess. He says he wants to keep their physical relationship going until he gets bored, leaving her stunned and speechless. She finally decides they are just friends with benefits, figuring that's the only explanation for how he's acting. He brushes off her comment and says if she sees it as a problem, he's sorry. But he admits he was only partly joking. Confused by his reasoning, she asks what would happen if she didn't want to keep going with this. He confidently replies that it won't be a problem, because he isn't the only one enjoying this. His arrogance makes her angry, and she tells him she isn't as amused by his jokes as he thinks. He compliments her, calling her amazing and saying she should be proud of herself. She feels frustrated and points out how he approached her aggressively. He keeps pushing her buttons, complimenting her perfume and legs, and saying their relationship isn't about dating but just about being physical. When he asks if she'd date someone like him, she firmly says no. But he keeps going, suggesting she's fine with just being together physically. He talks about future encounters and different things they haven't tried yet. She turns away, more frustrated by his persistence. He seems to think they are on the same page, but she insists she's not interested. He grins and suggests she shouldn't hold back, hinting that maybe she has some hidden desires too. Before she knows it, they are back at his place, and their physical connection picks up again. They keep going, and the intensity keeps building. Mrs. Kim feels her energy draining with each move, and her body feels weaker and weaker. She can barely stand now, her legs shaking from the effort. She thinks to herself, I'm totally exhausted, realizing that even though she's so tired, they are still going at it non-stop. Her mind drifts to her past, to the frustrating exes she used to deal with. But she quickly pushes those thoughts away, knowing it's not the time to think about them. What's happening now is so different from anything she's experienced before, and comparing it to her past just seems pointless. As they keep going, she finds herself giving in completely to the moment. Each time she thinks it might end, they just go even further, leaving her breathless and completely worn out. This is something else, she thinks, realizing that her past relationships were never like this. They keep going like this, and as their encounter finally comes to an end, she's barely hanging on, her mind too overwhelmed to think about anything except what's happening right now. The intensity between them just keeps growing, almost like it's too much to handle. Mrs. Kim feels caught in the moment, her face hot with a mix of embarrassment and excitement. When they finally stop, she realizes she needs to leave before her mind starts to wander too much. She tries to stand up, but her legs feel weak and almost give out under her. Mr. Kwon moves fast, catching her before she falls and helping her stand. She thanks him quickly, insisting she can manage on her own, even though her body doesn't seem to agree. Without saying anything, he starts helping her clean up. He mentions how putting on clothes without cleaning first would just make her uncomfortable. She tries to act like it's no big deal, standing still like he asks, but inside, her thoughts are racing. As he continues to take care of everything, she can't help but wonder if he's done this for someone else before. Maybe for an ex-girlfriend or someone like that. She starts thinking if this is just something he always does after situations like this, but she doesn't ask. It feels weird, standing there with all these questions in her head, but she brushes them aside for now, staying quiet while he finishes helping her. As he takes off her wet socks, she feels this weird mix of being thankful, but also kind of confused. It's not like him to be so thoughtful, and she can't help but wonder if this is something he's done before. Maybe he learned how to be this way from someone else. As she watches him, the thought creeps in that he might have done this for another woman, even though he's usually blunt and never filters what he says around her. The idea of him being sweet to someone else just adds to the mess of feelings swirling inside her. She starts asking herself why she even cares. It's not like their relationship means anything serious, so why does it bother her? But the thoughts don't go away, nagging at her while she gets dressed. She keeps thinking about why it's taking him so long, feeling more and more irritated by the awkward silence between them. The whole situation feels off, and she can't shake the frustration, even though she tries to just move on. Now they are standing face to face again, and she can't help but think about how much time he spent helping her clean up earlier. It surprises her because, knowing his personality, this doesn't seem like something he would usually do. She fiddles with the collar of her shirt, a nervous habit, and realizes that if they keep standing this close, things could easily go back to how they were before. She isn't sure she wants to risk that happening again. Deciding it's best to leave, she tells him in a straightforward way that she's going to head out. There's no big goodbye or anything, just a quick statement. He gives her a short response, like he's already moved on from what just happened, and returns to his work. He picks up a file and sits down at his desk, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary took place. She watches him for a second, feeling a bit out of place, before finally turning to go. Before she can stop herself, she asks if he's heading home soon. He shakes his head and says he still has work to do. Then, she asks when he plans to leave, and he answers casually, saying it'll probably be around 1 in the morning, maybe even later. She feels confused, wondering why he spent so much time with her if he's that busy. The whole thing doesn't really add up in her mind. As he keeps working, he suddenly mentions that what they did actually helped him focus. She's caught off guard, completely stunned by his response. She doesn't know what to think or how to even react. Standing there, she feels both shocked and confused, her mind spinning as she tries to make sense of what he just said. Another day at the office, Nile sits at her desk, staring at the empty space in front of her. She feels overwhelmed, her mind stuck on the word focus, and no matter what she does, she just can't shake it. As she's lost in thought, Seung-jae walks over with a serious look on his face. He tells her she sent him the wrong logo for their project and reminds her that Mr. Quan had already rejected proposal C. Still struggling to stay focused, she quickly apologizes for the mistake, explaining that the word focus keeps distracting her. Seung-jae looks confused, not really getting what she means. As she tries to gather her thoughts, she remembers Mr. Quan's strange comments about how their personal interactions were supposed to help him focus. That memory only makes her more confused, and she starts questioning what he really meant by that, adding to the mess of thoughts in her head. She glances at the clock and sees it's already past 3. A wave of panic hits her, and she mutters that she's screwed since the deadline is getting closer. Seung-jae adds that he's worried too, saying he'll be in trouble if he doesn't get the corrected file soon. Feeling overwhelmed, Nile wonders out loud what she should do. Her inbox is a mess, and she can't even remember when all these messages piled up so quickly. As she scrolls through her messages, she notices a notification from Mr. Quan that came in 3 days ago. It instantly reminds her of that stressful meeting where he scolded her in front of the video team. The memory stings, especially because he had singled her out in the meeting room and been harsher than usual. She hates how she let herself get caught up in the drama of it all. But now's not the time to dwell on those feelings. She knows she has too much to do and needs to focus on the work in front of her. Seung-jae watches from a distance, noticing how stressed Nile looks as she rests her head on her desk. She starts thinking back to the time when she misunderstood the situation. He had called her into the meeting room, which was completely closed off and had no glass walls. She remembers feeling confused and frustrated at first, being pulled out of her work for a series of exhausting meetings that seemed to come out of nowhere. He eventually walks over to her, commenting on how off she seems and suggesting that maybe something is wrong with her boyfriend. Caught off guard, Kim clarifies that her stress isn't about her ex, but about the work pressure she's under. Seung-jae looks surprised when she mentions the breakup and asks more about it. She tells him that it's been a while since they split up, and it wasn't just because of the cancelled trip like he thought. He looks guilty, probably thinking he caused trouble by having to cancel their trip plans. But she quickly reassures him, saying it wasn't his fault. She tells him to stop blaming himself and to stop talking about it like that, or people might start getting the wrong idea. Let's just say I was being considerate and leave it at that, she adds. We're at work, so let's focus on that now. Seung-jae, suddenly more enthusiastic, suggests they go out for dinner. Nile feels skeptical, wondering why he's pushing for it. Just then, director Kim Sang-hoon walks by, catching part of the conversation. Kim feels her frustration grow, especially thinking about the complications Lee Sang-jae has already brought into her life. The director insists on joining, making light of his own rough patch at home. She feels her luck couldn't get worse, now stuck in this awkward situation. As he questions the small dinner plan, Seung-jae explains it was meant to be a simple team bonding experience. Kim decides to drop the issue and shifts her attention back to her computer. A new message from Mr. Quan appears, and with a sigh, she braces herself for more stress, already expecting the worst. Nile stares at the message on her screen, feeling a bit thrown off. Mr. Quan had sent her a message telling her to stay quiet while in the office. She couldn't figure out where this sudden request came from, and it left her wondering if something had happened that she wasn't aware of. In the canteen, two employees are having a relaxed conversation. One, a man with glasses, asks his colleague, a guy with brown hair, if he plans to work late. The brown-haired man suggests taking it easy since the weekend is coming up, hinting at heading home to unwind. The man with glasses replies that he won't be done until midnight, explaining that he's had 3 meetings with Hansong's PR team that day. The brown-haired guy looks surprised at the workload, mentioning that Mr. Quan had also been in those meetings. Both of them hold their drinks as they stand, talking about how exhausting their day has been. The man with glasses grumbles about the situation, saying that even though Mr. Quan is young and successful, he seems to be getting more uptight and demanding. The brown-haired guy adds that rich people often get greedier as they achieve more. Just then, they see the CEO walking over and worry that he might have overheard them. The brown-haired man quickly changes the subject, trying to cover up their conversation and avoid any awkwardness. Seeing that they need to keep things low-key, the man with glasses agrees and they both act casual. The CEO starts picking out vegetables from the fridge, getting ready to make a smoothie. The man with glasses then comments that at least the other employee will have a full stomach after listening to producer Kim's complaints, noting how Kim has been unhappy and frustrated with the office lately. The brown-haired man suggests bringing Seung-jae from the editorial team into the conversation. However, the man with glasses points out that Seung-jae is known for handling his liquor well, which is why director Kim likes him for team outings. As the CEO starts washing vegetables, the conversation between the two employees continues. The man with glasses remembers that he and Nile are the only editorial designers still working, which leads to some joking about whether they might be going on a date, especially since director Kim's suggestion for a team dinner was turned down. The brown-haired man wonders if Seung-jae might prefer older women. They glance over at the CEO, who is now making a veggie smoothie. The man with glasses finds it odd that the CEO is making a smoothie in the office canteen and starts wondering if he might have overheard their conversation. The talk shifts back to Nile and her possible relationship with Seung-jae. They bring up past events, including Seung-jae's rejection of Soo-jung's advances, and guess that Nile and Seung-jae might be more than just colleagues. As the CEO finishes blending and pouring his smoothie, the two employees start feeling uneasy. Their worry grows when the CEO, having finished his drink, walks over to them. With a smirk, he comments that it's amusing to hear them guess about people's dating lives. His comment makes the two employees even more anxious. The men, already feeling tense, became even more uncomfortable as they talked. After a while, the CEO walked over to them and simply said, "Well done." This unexpected praise left them surprised and speechless. The CEO then left the canteen, which fell silent. The two men were left feeling anxious and unsure about what had just happened. They couldn't shake the feeling that their conversation might have been a mistake. Miss Kim sits at her desk when a female colleague with yellow hair comes over and asks if she's leaving soon. Miss Kim says she'll be leaving shortly. The colleague brings up some rumors about a possible date with Seung-jae after work. Miss Kim is taken aback by how often such rumors come up and dismisses them as false and exaggerated. She explains that the gossip is too much and expresses her frustration about it. The colleague insists that Seung-jae is attractive and well-maintained, but Miss Kim is firm in clearing up any misunderstandings. She makes it clear that Seung-jae is not her type, and that there is no romantic interest between them. The conversation keeps going, with the colleague suggesting Miss Kim should give guys like Seung-jae a chance, even if office romances can be tricky. Miss Kim replies that Seung-jae isn't someone she's interested in and explains that since he turned down her previous attempts to connect, there's no chance for anything like that. As Miss Kim gets ready to leave, the colleague playfully says she and Seung-jae would make a cute couple, which only annoys Miss Kim more and adds to her frustration. Back at her desk, Miss Kim feels tired and irritated by everything that happened today. She notices her phone has been quiet and remembers the message from Mr. Quan about keeping things quiet in the office. She thinks about checking for more messages, but sees a new one from her ex, Lee Sang-hoon, sent at 7:49 p.m. It's now 8:28 p.m., and the message says, "I'll be waiting outside the office today." Miss Kim finishes her day feeling a mix of curiosity and anxiety, wondering what the night might bring. She realizes his office isn't far from hers, and if he sent the text 40 minutes ago, he must be nearby by now. As she puts her phone in her bag, she feels her body freeze, a sense of dread filling her thoughts. At that moment, Seung-jae approaches her and asks what she's doing. Still frozen, Kim Nile's mind races. If she leaves for the team dinner with him, there's no doubt they'll run into Sang-hoon, and she knows he'll cause a scene. She groans inwardly, tugging at her hair in frustration, knowing she can't let her co-workers witness that kind of disaster. Yet, going out alone means she'll have to deal with him by herself, and she's not eager to face that option either. Seung-jae's voice snaps her out of her thoughts as he asks if she's done revising the Bixen project. She turns around, momentarily confused, but then she nods and explains that she's already submitted it. He seems to hesitate before apologizing, assuming she's been waiting for him. Although she feels no need to explain herself further, she quickly admits she has been waiting. He then asks her to wait a little longer, because he needs to fix some corrupted video files for the team, a task that will take about 20 to 30 minutes. She nods in agreement, but secretly thinks about how much time has already passed. He starts to sense she might be upset, apologizes again, but Kim reassures him that she's fine. However, when he suggests waiting together to buy makeup, she quickly comes up with an excuse, explaining she needs to get it done quickly. After insisting they use their time more efficiently, she dashes out of the office, ignoring his final offer to call her when he's done. As she rushes out, anxiety floods over her. She glances at her phone and sees it's 8:44 p.m. A wave of dread hits her when she remembers that the number 4 is considered unlucky. She tries to ignore the superstition, but just then, Mr. Quan appears out of nowhere. She's startled and wonders why he's there, but she tries to hide her surprise and says she's just shocked by his sudden appearance. He leans in closer and teases her, saying she seems more fascinated than shocked. His close presence makes her even more uncomfortable, and she's finding it hard to stay calm, mentally cursing his good looks. She quickly tells him not to act that way around others, but he doesn't seem to care. The elevator dings, and she sees her chance to escape. However, as the doors open, he holds them open and urges her to step inside. Trying to avoid him, she says she'll wait for the next elevator. He raises an eyebrow, confused by her hesitation, but she sticks to her decision. Eventually, she can't take it anymore and hurries into the elevator, hoping to get away from him. The doors close, and she breathes a sigh of relief, but soon Mr. Quan's voice echoes from behind. He has gotten in too, and she groans inside, cursing her bad luck. They chat awkwardly about her elevator habits, her being left-handed, and his constant teasing. No matter how much she tries to avoid his questions, he's determined to push her buttons. By the time they reach the lobby, she's had enough. She rushes out, telling him to get home safely as she hurries away, her heels clicking loudly in the hallway. Just when she thinks she's finally free, she hears footsteps behind her. She turns around and freezes when she sees that he's following her. The situation is far from over. She's already on edge, feeling him walk closely behind her. Her mind is racing, and she knows someone could come into the lobby any moment, making things even more awkward. Trying to stay calm, she keeps walking, but the tension rises when he casually mentions he's heading out too. Surprised, she asks about his car, and he tells her it's staying in the parking lot. She stops, turns to face him, and tells him to go ahead of her. He asks why she keeps trying to push him away, and she plainly says she doesn't want to spend any more time with him. Mr. Quan then suggests she could leave first, but she quickly responds that if she did, he would just follow her like a stalker. Her frustration grows as she wonders why he's being so stubborn now, when he hardly reached out before when she actually expected him to. For a moment, she catches herself and realizes she might sound like she was hoping for his attention, but she quickly pushes that thought aside. As he steps closer to her, his voice drips with sarcasm, suggesting he might meet her expectations and follow her. She stays silent, feeling his hand on her back. She raises her hands and reminds him that she told him not to touch her like that back at the office. He replies that he had also told her to stay quiet at work. She sighs in frustration, insisting she's always quiet at the office. To prove her point, she lists all the ways she stays professional, from not talking about personal stuff to keeping her clothes neat. However, she admits things are different when she's with him. He seems amused but points out that even though she claims not to talk about personal matters at work, her actions suggest otherwise. She tries to argue, saying she hasn't discussed anything personal. But his vague responses only confuse her more, making her think about the unspoken things between them. Right now, she needs to focus on finding someone and not get caught up in personal arguments. She looks down and tells Mr. Quan that she'll think about her actions later. But he isn't convinced and says her words don't seem sincere. She starts to walk away, but he keeps pressing her, accusing her of hiding something. His accusation surprises her, and when he explains, it's clear he's talking about her secret meeting with someone else. Shocked, she wonders how he knew about it. He responds as if it's strange that he didn't already know about it. She's stunned as she processes his words. What's even more unsettling is finding out that rumors about her and this other person have been spreading at the office. She can hardly believe it, and realizing she's been unaware of these rumors only makes her more frustrated. She thinks bitterly about Sang-hoon and the mess he's created. She tries to explain that she wasn't trying to meet up with anyone secretly, but she also didn't want the office to know about it. He keeps pressing, asking if this person really matters so much to her. She feels even more embarrassed and starts to worry about how she'll face everyone at work the next day. Her thoughts are interrupted when he lightly taps her on the head, reminding her that she can't keep hiding at work, as if nothing happened. His touch only makes her angrier, and she lashes out, furious that rumors have spread because of this situation. Determined, she decides to confront Sang-hoon and make him pay for the embarrassment he's caused her. Mr. Quan, seeming unconvinced, questions her reaction. As she storms off, she tells Mr. Quan to leave her alone, but she hears his footsteps following her. She turns around and sees that he's picked her up from behind. She asks him to let go, but he casually says he just wants to say goodbye and wish her a good time at her team dinner. Confused by his actions, she demands to be put down. After some back and forth, he finally lets her go, suggesting that she call him when she's finished. Feeling frustrated and tired, she tells him she can get home on her own. As he walks away, he reminds her to call him. She watches him leave and wonders if there's more to his job than he's letting on. When he turns away, she sees a faint smirk on his lips. He walks off confidently, and she's left standing there, watching him disappear into the lobby. She then sees him talking to a co-worker, but her mind quickly shifts back to her worry about Sang-hoon. Without wasting any more time, she steps outside into the cool evening air, scanning the area. The street lights cast a soft glow, but there's no sign of him. Holding her phone, she nervously checks the time, 8:57 p.m. He should have arrived by now, she thinks, frustration building as she paces around the entrance, looking for him. Her heels echo softly on the pavement as she walks around, peering around corners and squinting into the distance. Her mind races, wondering where Sang-hoon could be. Where is he, she thinks, growing more impatient. She knows Sang-hoon isn't always great with directions, so it's not a huge surprise he might be lost. She mutters to herself, annoyed, rubbing her temple in frustration. Who can't tell the front entrance from the back? She goes back to the main entrance, feeling exasperated. As the minutes tick by, she can't shake the uneasy feeling in her chest. She hoped he would have at least sent her a message, or let her know if something delayed him. Just as she's about to give up and go back inside, she hears a voice call out from behind her. Her heart jumps, and she spins around with wide eyes. I'm here, the voice says. She stands there in disbelief, staring at Sang-hoon with wide eyes. She had expected him to be waiting by the office, as he promised, but here he is, completely lost. With her arms folded across her chest, she asks him what happened. He awkwardly scratches the back of his neck and admits with a chuckle that he always gets lost around this area. She sharply points out that he never even tries to remember where the office is. Sang-hoon playfully tells her not to hurt his feelings, but his attitude doesn't match the situation. He stretches and apologizes, but before he can say more, she cuts him off. I'll just tell you the truth, you're an idiot. He reaches out to her, calling her name softly, but she slaps his hand away. Her patience is gone, and she's not in the mood for his half-hearted jokes. Don't touch me, she warns, her voice steady and firm. His face changes when she mentions how he's been drunk all week, cursing her out, and filling her phone with messages she didn't ask for. When he tries to defend himself, she interrupts again, asking if she ever told him to drink or send those texts. He smiles, which seems strange given the situation, and insists he never harassed her, even saying he likes her too much to do something like that. She gets more annoyed and tells him to check his phone if he needs proof. When he lifts his hand in mock shock and asks if she just called him a jerk, she doesn't back down. She confirms it without hesitation, her tone flat and unapologetic. As the conversation gets more heated, he grabs her arm, holding it tightly while mumbling incoherently. She demands that he let go, but instead, he keeps pushing her to admit he hasn't harassed her. Shocked by his stubbornness, she pinches his hand in frustration, making him yelp in pain. "You've been careful with your words until now," she says, noticing how quickly his cursing has started. He tries to excuse his outburst by saying it was her pinch that surprised him. But Sang-hoon can't shake his paranoid thoughts. Suddenly, he asks if she's seeing someone else, his voice filled with jealousy. She sighs, exasperated by his wild guesses. His grip tightens again, as he accuses her of ignoring him because of another man. She kicks him hard on the leg, making him let go, and tells him to stop acting like a delinquent. He stumbles but keeps rambling, convinced her behavior must be because of another relationship. She kicks him again, this time for spreading rumors about her at work. As he kneels on the ground in pain, she warns him never to come to her workplace again. He looks up, shocked at her threat, and asks if she would really call the police. She doesn't flinch and makes it clear that if he comes near her again, she won't hesitate to call them. Just when things seem to be at their worst, he starts mumbling about trying harder and starting over. Nile, unable to believe what she's hearing, tells him their relationship ended the moment he suggested breaking up. Her patience is running out, and her frustration grows as he shifts between anger and an odd sort of affection. Suddenly, he grabs her hand again, furious at the thought of her possibly cheating on him. She kicks him once more, ordering him to stop cursing at her. As he stumbles back in pain, she notices someone standing behind the glass doors of her workplace. It's her boss, waving at her. As she stands there, she notices her CEO looking at her from the window. Her mind races, wondering if he saw everything that just happened. She feels like something private has been exposed. Her thoughts drift to the face she saw in the window, thinking how it could have been him if only he hadn't laughed at someone else's misfortune. Now is the worst time to be caught like this. Suddenly, she snaps back to the moment as she pushes Sang-hoon's face away from her. He's still gripping her hand tightly and refuses to let go. He stubbornly clings to her and says, "I won't let go of you till death do us part." She shoves him harder and sarcastically replies that she might just push him into a busy road. His response is quick, reminding her that she once said she found her true love and didn't need him anymore. Frustrated, she shouts at him to let go before she does something drastic. Even though he's lying on the ground, still holding her hand, he mumbles that if she hurts him, he'll retaliate. Inside, she's fuming. She thinks, "You insufferable jerk. You've made my heart race because of you." She can't believe she ever dated him, and now, to top it off, her CEO has seen them. The humiliation is too much. Trying to regain control, she tells him to release her hand and sarcastically asks if he's not afraid of her. His defiance just makes her angrier, as he retorts that he's not afraid of her and asks if she's scared of him. As things heat up, he impatiently asks if she's found another guy. Her anger flares, and she tells him it's none of his business. At that moment, her phone buzzes with a call from Seung-jae. Seeing his name makes Sang-hoon sit up. Without thinking, Sang-hoon grabs her phone and yells into it, calling Seung-jae a bastard. Furious, she lunges at him, kicks him down, and takes back her phone, ending the call while he groans in pain on the floor, holding his leg. Now, she's beyond enraged. She grabs him by his jacket and starts dragging him towards a nearby cafe. She orders him to get drinks, and he hesitantly asks if she wants a hot Americano or something cold like she usually drinks. She just says, "The most expensive kind." At the counter, he asks for a Black Forest iced blend with cream, while Kim goes with her usual iced Americano. When he tries to pay, she cuts him off by handing over her card. He protests, saying he should be the one paying, but she ignores him, fed up with his cling to tradition. As they wait for their drinks, she starts thinking about their past. She sarcastically reminds him of their first date at a similar cafe. He seems surprised and says they only went to cafes a few times because she didn't like them. She corrects him, saying she did like them, but was embarrassed to be seen with him. He looks shocked and asks if that's true, but she quickly changes the topic. They talk about his old habits, and she reminds him how he used to belittle women, saying they were financially unstable and depended on men for money. He looks confused and denies ever saying that. She's not in the mood for his lies and bluntly tells him that the longer they dated, the more pathetic he seemed to her. Her phone buzzes again, this time with a call from her CEO, Mr. Quan. Kim cuts the call and stands up to leave. Sang-hoon, still at the table, whines about her leaving so soon. She coldly tells him she's not obligated to stay with him. He pleads for another chance, promising to fix his mistakes and never hurt her again. His desperation is clear as he asks if she can quit her job and stay home to cook for him. Her patience snaps, and she tells him there's no joy in cooking for someone like him and advises him to keep his craziness to himself. Despite her harsh words, he begs one last time, asking if she can break up with her supposed new boyfriend and come back to him. She feels her frustration rising. He's ignoring her words and fixating on something irrelevant. The fact that she might have another man has nothing to do with the situation, and she's about to tell him that. But before she can speak, he shouts angrily, demanding to know if she's seeing someone else. Suddenly, a voice interrupts them, saying, "I'm here," which startles them both. They turn to see her CEO standing there. Kim's shock deepens as he calmly adds, "Her other man." His presence changes the mood instantly, leaving both of them speechless. Mr. Kwon stands by the door, thinking about past moments. He remembers the day when Seung-jae and Miss Kim were chatting in the office. He had suggested throwing a party, saying, "We shouldn't do it like this." Miss Kim had quickly dismissed the idea, saying there was no need to celebrate for just the two of them. Seung-jae, however, was set on celebrating their success and suggested they at least have some drinks and beef together. Mr. Quan had overheard their conversation without them noticing. Then, the director came in, having heard about the party idea, and asked if he could join. Seung-jae reminded the director that he had a family, but the director joked that drinking with just two people wasn't fun. Throughout the chat, Mr. Quan quietly watched and listened from the door, amused. He even sent Miss Kim a message, telling her to stay quiet and not smile in the office. His thoughts drift to another memory, this time in the office cafeteria. He had gone to make a smoothie and overheard two workers talking, one with brown hair and the other with glasses. The brown-haired worker complained about their constant talking, while the guy with glasses seemed uninterested and said he didn't know much about Seung-jae. Their talk then moved to Miss Kim's relationship status, with one asking if she had a boyfriend. The other one said she had broken up a long time ago. Mr. Quan found their conversation amusing and absurd, laughing at how ridiculous it was. Another memory pops up, one where Kim had told him she wasn't in love with anyone, despite his accusations. She made it clear that her personal life was none of his business, and that she wasn't hiding anything out of carelessness. Mr. Quan also remembers seeing her outside with Sang-hoon, who was holding her hand. Even though he couldn't see them clearly from afar, he noticed how sweet she looked with Sang-hoon. His thoughts then shift to a recent memory, where he saw Nile with Sang-hoon again. They were outside, and she was trying to pull him away from the cafe. Mr. Quan had followed them quietly and listened to their conversation from outside the cafe. Standing there, he felt a mix of emotions, especially satisfaction, even though his ego was a bit bruised by the comparison to Sang-hoon. Now, as the CEO walks into the cafe, he boldly announces himself as Nile's boyfriend, standing confidently at the doorway. Both Nile and Sang-hoon are shocked by his sudden appearance. Nile is stunned and wonders how Mr. Quan found them and why he's there. Sang-hoon is equally confused and asks if this is the man Nile is seeing. Mr. Quan walks up to them confidently, leaving Nile puzzled and wondering what he's up to. As things get more heated, she grows more frustrated, especially with the CEO pulling her closer. The people in the cafe start to stare, and she feels really embarrassed. Sang-hoon points at Mr. Quan, demanding to know what's going on, while the CEO just keeps holding her hand tightly. She wishes she could disappear, as she realizes they are becoming the center of attention in the busy cafe. Even with all the eyes on them, the CEO stays calm and holds her hand even tighter, leaving her with no choice but to stay quiet and deal with it. She finds herself sitting next to the CEO, their hands still linked together, with a lot of tension in the air. Across from them, Sang-hoon is visibly upset and demanding an explanation. His eyes keep shifting between her and the CEO, and he raises his voice, asking why she is holding the CEO's hand. His frustration is clear as he tells her to spill all the details. She stays calm and tells him there's no need to explain anything. She asks Sang-hoon to stop shouting, but he snaps back, saying she's the one being loud. The CEO, watching the whole thing, points out that they are both being too noisy. Sang-hoon's eyes narrow as he demands to know how long she has been seeing the CEO. The CEO, with a cheeky smile, responds that it's been about 2 years. Shocked, she looks at the CEO, confused by his answer. She quickly tries to clarify, explaining that she only started working at Byron Communications 2 years ago. The CEO, always playful, says he wasn't lying, just bending the truth to mislead him. His mischievous grin only adds to the tension in the room. Sang-hoon, already on edge, looks confused and hurt by what he hears. He leans back, clearly upset, and starts accusing her of cheating. She tries to explain that the CEO is just a colleague, but Sang-hoon's mind keeps racing with suspicion. Both men repeat her words, just a colleague. The situation starts to heat up, especially when the CEO starts provoking Sang-hoon on purpose. He makes a comment about how promiscuous she must be, which makes her quickly put her hand over his mouth to shut him up. She's growing more frustrated, wondering why he's making things worse. Sang-hoon, still in disbelief, starts making up his own version of events. He accuses her of being unfaithful and questions her loyalty. The CEO keeps making jabs, saying that if she were to cheat, it would be with someone better looking, which just makes Sang-hoon more upset. The conversation turns into a shouting match, with Sang-hoon banging on the table, demanding respect, and questioning the CEO's competence. She tries to calm things down, but Sang-hoon won't stop. He refuses to believe that she's never done anything wrong in their relationship. Finally, fed up and exhausted, she stands up and declares that their relationship is over and she's moved on. Sang-hoon, unable to accept it, grabs her hand and begs her to stay. She's had enough. She asks the CEO to let go of her hand, which he does without fuss, casually sipping his drink. As she gets ready to leave, she tells him to stop calling her and move on with his life. Her heels click loudly on the cafe floor as she walks away, leaving Sang-hoon in shock. Sang-hoon, still tense, tries to read the cold expression on the man before him. Mr. Kwon senses the awkwardness, adjusts his jacket, and pulls out a sleek business card, handing it to Sang-hoon. Sang-hoon, confused but curious, takes the card and reads it. His eyes widen when he sees CEO Kwon Si-Jin in bold letters. For a moment, Sang-hoon stands frozen, the weight of realization hitting him. He had no idea who he was dealing with. The card trembles slightly in his hand as he comprehends the situation. Mr. Quan watches him closely, a small, knowing smile on his face. His expression shifts to a serious look as he warns Sang-hoon that if he ever comes near his office again, he'll call the police. Sang-hoon feels the full impact of the threat as he absorbs the CEO's intimidating presence. Miss Kim sits quietly at the bar next to him, pouring herself a drink. Before she can even sip it, he grabs the glass, takes a gulp, and then hands it back with a smirk. She raises an eyebrow, surprised, and takes a small sip herself. Her face scrunches up in confusion because the drink isn't just water, it's sweet, but definitely has alcohol in it, which catches her off guard. She makes a slurred comment about the taste, not fully realizing how strong the drink is. He watches her quietly, noticing that she's already had too much to drink. Her words start to spill out as she talks about how the drink is sweeter than she remembers. She begins to unravel, her frustrations coming out as she talks about broken promises and being left alone at the movies. She's upset about being abandoned for his boss, who couldn't even handle his liquor. As she gets more worked up, she grabs her hair in frustration, still venting about the missed movie and other unkept promises. He stays quiet, watching her but not interrupting. After a while, he finally speaks, reminding her that they've already broken up. His voice is calm and detached, like it's no big deal. Miss Kim looks at him with teary eyes, clearly struggling with the idea that it's that simple. He nods and confirms that it's really over, but to her, the past still feels unresolved. She sighs deeply, feeling the weight of his words. She admits that she's confused and doesn't know what to think anymore. He gently pats her hair, his hand brushing her cheek, and tells her to move on. But instead of calming her, his advice just makes her more frustrated. She stands up, her voice rising as she accuses him of pushing her into working extra hours just because she had nothing else to do. Her anger builds as she talks about the nights he was out at bars with his company while she was at home, worrying about him. Her suspicions from those nights come out in her trembling voice. Mr. Quan listens quietly, not arguing, but agrees that his actions might have seemed suspicious. He tells her to keep going, but he seems more resigned than interested. Feeling overwhelmed, she drops back into her seat and rests her head on the table. As she lies there, he brushes her hair back and calmly says she deserves better. He doesn't understand why she ever felt unworthy, especially with how Song-hoon treated her. His words hang in the air, and she blinks, surprised by how blunt he is. There's no warmth in his tone, just a straightforward truth. She looks up at him, barely whispering his name, and says this is probably the nicest thing he's said to her in years. But Mr. Quan, ever practical, shrugs it off, saying he didn't mean to be nice, it's just a fact. She scoffs and rolls her eyes as she reaches for the bottle of booze again. She pours more into her glass and sarcastically says that anyone would agree she deserved better. Just as she's about to take a sip, he grabs the cup from her hands, leaving her holding an empty glass. She blinks in confusion, staring at the empty cup, as if she doesn't realize it's empty, her drunken state making her confused. She lifts the empty glass to her lips, still not noticing it's empty, and then sets it back down on the table. With a vacant look, she mumbles about how lost she feels. He sighs, saying he's never understood why she dated Song-hoon in the first place. Now that he has met Song-hoon, he's even more confused. He describes Song-hoon as having no common sense, and not deserving any of her time or energy. His words are blunt, pointing out how Song-hoon is unworthy of her in every way. She opens her mouth to protest, but stops when she realizes she has nothing left to defend. He keeps going, calling Song-hoon a loser and scoffing at the idea that he was ever kind. He says it was all an act and that Song-hoon was never as nice as she thought. Miss Kim, holding on to the good memories, softly says things were different in the beginning. But even she knows time has shown the truth. Teasingly, she turns to him and points out that he has never been particularly kind either. He smirks and asks if she wants him to start now. She shakes her head and laughs softly, knowing that kindness doesn't really suit him. As the conversation changes, he tells her she needs to make better choices in the future. He suggests she stop settling for less and start dating men who are at least decent. She gets defensive, saying her dating life is none of his business. Even though she tries to brush off his advice, it's clear his words have hit a nerve. She grabs the bottle again, trying to drown out her feelings, but he stops her, taking the bottle away and calling her a drunkard. She tries to argue, her movements unsteady from the alcohol. He quickly picks her up, saying it's time to go home. She squirms and complains that she isn't done drinking, but he stays firm. She's had enough for tonight, and he isn't going to let her spiral any further. As he carries her out of the office, the weight of their conversation hangs in the air. She's having one of those nights where everything goes wrong. It all started when she got mad at Mr. Quan, who was acting all bossy even though they weren't at work. She waved her hand and told him to leave if he was going to act like that. In her frustration, she stumbled and her heel broke, making her lose her balance. He quickly caught her, holding her steady and suggesting they should leave. But she stubbornly insisted that he leave on his own, because she wanted to stay and have more drinks. He calmly told her she wasn't in any shape to get home safely, and suggested calling a driver for her. She told him he could have just called her a taxi since they had been drinking together. He pointed out that out of the 6 bottles on the table, she had drunk 4, including 1.5 bottles of soju. Feeling embarrassed, she dropped her head and muttered that she was having a rough day. He folded his arms and said that no one told her to have such a bad day. She couldn't deny that he had made her day worse. Looking away, he said that, just like she told the loser earlier, he was only trying to help. This comment struck a nerve, and she corrected him, saying she would have made her point clearer to the man she called the loser. He gave a small smile as he watched her, noticing a tear in her eye. She felt overwhelmed and told Mr. Quan that from start to finish, he hadn't been helpful at all. He wasn't bothered by her words. Instead, he cupped her cheek and lifted her face toward him, saying his help might not have been what she wanted, but it worked. Frustrated, she snapped at him, saying that without his interference, she would have wrapped things up much earlier. She felt he had messed up the conversation with his nonsense. Mr. Quan agreed with her in a smug way, and she slapped him, blaming him for everything that had gone wrong that night. Even as she argued, he calmly pointed out that they had definitely messed things up, but he wasn't trying to mislead anyone. Kim, looking frustrated and surprised, listened as he said that the guy they were talking about had no right to hold anything over her. After all, they had broken up, right? She hesitated, unsure of what to say next. She quietly admitted that she didn't want to give him any reason to spread rumors, or get the wrong idea, worrying that he might harass her more or damage her reputation. Her mind raced back to all the times she had been in similar situations. She worried that if she didn't end things clearly, it would all be her fault. But he cut through her self-blame, saying firmly that if the guy was the problem, she shouldn't be blaming herself. His words were exactly what she needed to hear. How did he know just what to say? She felt torn, thinking that maybe this comfort was just the alcohol talking. She apologized softly, even though her mind told her this was a bad situation. After all, she had been trying to blame him for her problems, hadn't she? He doesn't let her think about it too long, and says that if she blames herself, she's also blaming him. Confused, she asks what he means, and he explains that they are a pocket deal in this situation. She finds this silly and wonders if it's just the alcohol talking again. But Quan isn't done. He suggests she should spread rumors about the loser, or even sue him, offering to help with that. She shakes her head, saying she doesn't want to go that far. He argues that showing the authorities the man's texts would be enough to get him into trouble. There's a pause, and then Quan says that their relationship wasn't what her ex thought. He didn't tell the guy that they were seeing each other, or that they had been intimate. She's shocked by his bluntness, and can only react with disbelief. This guy is giving her a headache, she thinks, putting a hand on her head. The alcohol isn't helping either. Despite her frustration, she admits that Quan has, in his own odd way, been helpful. However, she makes it clear that she doesn't want him getting involved in her personal life again. Quan, with his hands on her shoulders, looks her in the eye and disagrees with her again. She snaps back, saying she disagrees even more. Then, as if to top it all off, he says he isn't planning to give her a ride home. Surprised, she asks what he means, and he shocks her by saying he's taking her to his place instead. She can't believe what she's hearing. Why would she go to his place? They don't have that kind of relationship, do they? But he reminds her that they do have an intimate past. Her eyes widen at his bluntness, especially since he's saying this in public. He has a point, though, her ex knows where she lives. Does she really think it's safe to go back home alone? She pauses, realizing he might be right. Before she can say anything, he points out that the driver has arrived. They both head to the car. As they sit in silence in the car, she puts her hand on the window, feeling the reality of the situation sink in. She's on her way to his place. Her mind races, trying to figure out what's happening. Noticing her discomfort, Quan asks if something's wrong. Kim, feeling the effects of the alcohol more strongly now, says she thinks she might be sick. The car keeps moving, and the tension between them hangs in the air as the night goes on. As she slowly opens her eyes and looks out the window, still sleepy, the first thing that hits her is, why is my head on Mr. Quan's lap? Before she can think more about it, she feels his hand gently brushing her hair. His cool touch makes her feel relaxed again, and she drifts back to sleep. While she sleeps, Mr. Quan watches her quietly, still keeping his hand on her hair. He starts talking to himself, wondering why she decided not to tell her ex about what happened between them. He wonders if it's because she's worried about his feelings, or if maybe she still has feelings for him. As he talks softly, he moves his hand gently across her face, thinking about how she's way out of her ex's league. He tells her not to regret anything, or to be considerate of someone who doesn't deserve it. Looking out the window, Mr. Quan's tone turns colder. He comments that her considerate nature might make it seem like she's still hung up on her ex, which annoys him. Meanwhile, in her dream, she is walking next to Sang-hoon. They are both wearing white shirts, and he's holding her hand. As they walk, he starts asking about her job, questioning why she keeps working at that company. He says that even though making money is important, she's a woman and implies she doesn't need to work so hard. His words become more worrying as he talks about how she might quit her job once she has children and advises her not to overwork herself now. As his words echo in her dream, she suddenly looks down and sees multiple hands pulling her from the ground. The hands pulling her down get stronger, gripping her tightly while Sang-hoon keeps talking. He tells her she should be dating and thinking about marriage, and as he talks, the hands dragging her down get even stronger, making it harder for her to move. They pull her downward, almost swallowing her up. In the middle of all this, Sang-hoon grabs her face and tells her to get a grip, because he's her last chance. Her eyes snap open in shock as she wakes up from the nightmare. Wrapped in a blanket, she looks around, confused. Mr. Quan's voice cuts through her disorientation, saying her face looked like it was begging to be woken up from a bad dream. Realizing where she is, she figures this must be his place since it doesn't feel like a hotel room, and she knows how picky he is. Before she can think more, he asks if she wants something to eat. She quickly apologizes, and he repeats his question, making it clear he's offering her food. As she adjusts the blanket that's fallen off, she notices she's not wearing anything underneath and stares down in shock. Mr. Quan, however, doesn't seem bothered and is focused on something else. Still in disbelief, she tries to piece together what happened the night before. She remembers asking him to let her walk on her own, but then falling, and he insisted on taking her home. She covers herself again, shaking her head and muttering that she must have lost her mind. From the other side of the bed, he looks at her, and without missing a beat, says it's good that she's aware of it. Her shock quickly turns into anger as she calls him a pervert, then corrects herself to address him more formally, demanding to know why she's there. He sharply asks if she even knows where she is. She guesses it's his place, and he pushes further, asking if she remembers what happened last night. She admits she only remembers having a drink. He sarcastically suggests it was more than just a little. Realizing she must have blacked out, she starts to panic. She's never been blackout drunk before, and the worry about what might have happened is overwhelming. He keeps asking if she remembers anything else. She nervously says that's all she remembers. His expression turns unreadable as he turns away and sighs. He then says she can forget about what happened if that makes her feel better. Her fear grows as she asks what he means by that, and the implications start to sink in. He turns back to her, his voice darker now, suggesting that maybe forgetting would be better, especially if she wants to avoid remembering the embarrassing things she did. He moves closer and comments that he could have taken pictures of her in compromising situations. Her fear and tremble increase, as she denies having done anything so humiliating. He smiles and keeps talking, telling her she willingly gave in and calling her a pervert. Her disbelief and fear about what might have happened completely overwhelm her. As he moves closer to her, the tension between them rises. He touches her with clear intent, and his words become more crude. He talks about how he should have recorded her from the night before, reminding her of what happened. She feels a surge of anger and disgust, insisting that she would never let it happen again. The idea of it repulses her, and she can't imagine doing anything like that. But he continues, saying that she already did it to him. She can barely believe it, and the thought of being undressed and drunk confuses and frustrates her. She asks him how he could do something like that to someone who didn't know what was going on. Even though she is angry, things between them become more physical. They touch each other intensely, filled with frustration and confusion. The argument turns into something neither of them expected. By the end, they are both caught up in their actions and feelings, with an uneasy sense of what just happened hanging in the air. She starts to wonder why she's feeling excited by what he's doing, even though it seems wrong. Her body is reacting, and she can't figure out why. As they become more physical, she finally asks him why her clothes are off and why she's just covered with a blanket. She needs answers to make sense of the confusion in her mind. He explains calmly that it's better if she doesn't try to remember what happened. As he continues to touch her intimately, he says he tried to resist her advances, but she kept insisting. Despite his explanation, they become even more physical, with their words and actions blending together. She finds herself unable to resist as they finally give in and start making out. Every time she tries to stop, she ends up continuing, almost like her body is acting on its own. The more she tries to fight it, the more she gives in, and they just get closer and more involved. Eventually, as things start to calm down, he takes her to the shower. She follows him, still dazed from everything that just happened. The water running over her skin doesn't do much to clear the confusion she feels. As they step into the bathroom, the warm steam from the water surrounds them. They keep going, getting more intense with every moment. Her body starts to weaken, shaking from both tiredness and the overwhelming feelings. Even though she can barely stand, he keeps supporting her, holding her up as they stay close. Even though she's feeling exhausted, he continues to help her, taking charge of the situation. Despite this, they still can't resist each other. As she lies on the bed, staring up at the ceiling with a soft blanket wrapped around her, she can't stop thinking about everything that happened. She's bare and feeling a bit exposed. She wonders what time it is and what day it might be. Turning slowly, she grabs her phone and checks the screen. It's Saturday, 2:02 p.m. She feels a bit relieved that it isn't too late, thinking she was worried it might be late at night already. As she lies there, she can't shake the mix of emotions running through her. She starts to think about all that happened with Mr. Quan and their time together. It seems strange that she would be okay after everything, remembering how intense their moments were. She wonders if coming to his place was a mistake and thinks maybe she should have just gone home that morning. Her face heats up as she remembers their time together. She blushes and realizes that dealing with him at work is tough enough, and now it's even more complicated. She figures that's probably why he took his time. Her mind keeps replaying what happened, and she tries to make sense of it, but finds it too confusing. This whole situation feels crazy, and she suddenly sits up in bed, feeling like she needs to get out of there. She looks around and can't find her clothes anywhere. Panic sets in for a moment as she searches the floor, but finds nothing. Wrapping the blanket around herself, she goes to his closet, determined to find something to wear. As she digs through his clothes, she notices that none of his shirts look ordinary. After some searching, she remembers seeing him in one earlier, and eventually finds it. She pulls it on, feeling a bit more covered. As she puts on the shirt, she notices it looks cheaper than the others. She remembers him wearing it before but tries to push the thought away, telling herself it's not a big deal. Just then, she hears his voice from behind her. He mentions that she's up already, and says he thought she'd sleep until the next day. He's holding a tablet and barely looks at her, and she can't help but think he sounds sarcastic. Maybe it's just her irritation from how she feels after everything. She walks over to him and asks where her clothes are. He says they are in the washing machine, which surprises her. She feels a bit bad for thinking he might have hidden them. She sits down and tells him he didn't have to go through the trouble. He explains that her clothes smelled strongly of cigarette smoke. She remembers the night at the bar and realizes that the smell must have stuck to her clothes. He casually mentions that he reported the bar. She looks at him in surprise as he explains that there were no smoking signs, but everyone inside was smoking like it was normal. He says the staff didn't do anything to stop it, so he felt they deserved to be reported. As she listens, she thinks it's odd to imagine him filing a complaint. She thanks him, but her curiosity gets the best of her. She asks when he found time to report the bar. He shrugs and says smoking around her isn't okay. She scratches her cheek and reminds him that she knows he used to smoke. His eyes move toward her, and he admits she's right, but seems to hint that she's been paying close attention to him. She remembers seeing him with a cigarette in the office smoking room. It was a strange sight, seeing him like that, but it doesn't matter now. He interrupts her thoughts by saying he quit smoking a while ago, and always followed the rules. She acknowledges this, but he then advises her to be more careful about where she drinks. He points out that drinking at places like the bar makes her an easy target. His eyes drift to her exposed legs, and she quickly wraps herself up. She immediately asks what he's looking at. He denies looking at anything, but she thinks he's lying, knowing it's typical of him. Changing the topic, she mentions that she hardly has time to go drinking after work, thanks to someone who keeps her too busy. He questions why she doesn't have plans for a team dinner, and she quickly says it wasn't her idea to start with. He makes a sarcastic remark about her team, pointing out that it's just her and one other person, and wonders if the junior member is making all the decisions. His comment catches her off guard, leaving her a bit stunned. She defends herself, saying she has her reasons. But something feels off, so she asks how he even knows about her plans. His response makes her uneasy. He says that's not the only thing he knows. The silence that follows makes her uncomfortable, so she asks what else he knows. His answer shocks her. He's heard rumors about her dating someone, and according to him, everyone at the office knows. Stunned, she can only manage to say, "What?" She is taken by surprise when he suddenly gets up from his seat. He casually says he's not going to let her pick a bar next time, confidently adding that he can definitely choose a better place. As he walks away, she turns around and calls out, "No, wait." With a firm voice, she tells him there won't be a next time. She tries to explain that what happened yesterday was because she was exhausted and confused, but he cuts her off with a sly smile, saying she sounds pretty sure of herself. Annoyed, she says that's not the point, but he barely pays attention as he keeps moving around the room. She follows him, feeling like she needs to explain, even though she's not sure why. When he teasingly suggests she's dating Seung-jae, she gets flustered. "Me and Seung-jae? That's ridiculous," she mutters, standing behind him as he cooks in the kitchen. With pots clanging on the stove, he casually says they make a good couple. She stares at him, feeling the absurdity of the situation. "If I were dating Seung-jae, do you really think I'd be here with you right now?" she blurts out, a hint of frustration in her voice. He just shrugs, suggesting she might be that heartless. For a moment, there's silence between them. She grabs his arm and says softly, "I'm not." He looks confused and asks, "Not what?" She isn't sure why she feels the need to defend herself. Is she trying to avoid office gossip, or is there something more to it? Her mind races, remembering a colleague's comment about her and Seung-jae. She realizes it's not just about rumors. She loosens her grip on his arm, deciding it's best not to dig too deep into this confusing situation. Still, her emotions get the better of her. She tries to explain, saying that even if she's been a bit off lately, she would never do something terrible. Her mind struggles with the idea of being seen as a cheater, someone who would betray a relationship. As she reassures herself that she is honest, Mr. Quan stirs the pot with a comment about her poor choice to go to a team dinner when she was so tired. His dismissive tone bothers her. "Why do you say that?" she asks, genuinely puzzled. His scoffing response makes it clear he thinks the idea of a team dinner is laughable. He suggests it's just an excuse for Seung-jae to drink and pry into her personal life. The way he twists what seems like a kind gesture into something with ulterior motives really irritates her. He makes it sound like Seung-jae is taking advantage of her breakup for his own amusement. She gets more frustrated as she tries to defend Seung-jae, insisting he's just being considerate as her senior. But Mr. Quan isn't finished. He points out that Seung-jae would have loved hearing about her breakup, and would have enjoyed seeing her drunk. The way he reduces Seung-jae to a schemer makes her blood boil. He's taken a nice gesture, and twisted it beyond recognition. Trying to stay calm, she says that not all men are like him. He just smirks and says if Seung-jae were like him, she wouldn't be able to focus on her work, because she'd be too busy stealing glances at him. The conversation takes a ridiculous turn when he accuses her of being easy, making it seem like their interaction from the night before was just her making advances on him. She is shocked as he describes what happened, admitting to touching her but insisting he didn't go any further. It's like he's proud of restraining himself. She is furious, unable to believe he's talking about such personal things so casually. His claims about her being easy really upset her, and she snaps, calling him a liar. He keeps going, saying that if Seung-jae had seen her in that state, he would have taken full advantage of it. The suggestion makes her both angry and confused. Then, out of nowhere, he gives her a quick peck on the cheek and offers her some food. She is stunned, unable to make sense of the whirlwind of emotions he's causing. As he walks away with the food, she puts her hands on her flushed cheeks, realizing there's a lot she doesn't understand about Mr. Quan. The food he prepared looks amazing on the table, and she can't help but get excited. Her mouth waters, and she quickly wipes it, amazed by the spread. She asks what all this is. Mr. Quan, sitting across from her, casually explains that it's her breakfast, or lunch, since of the time. She realizes that the containers she saw earlier were for this meal and feels a bit guilty for not offering to help. He shrugs it off and tells her that while he made the soup from scratch, the side dishes and rice are store-bought. He says it's not a big deal and tells her to relax. Even though he reassures her, she still feels bad and is impressed that he actually cooked for her. Watching him sip his coffee, she thinks it surprising that he made this breakfast. He notices her reaction, and says there's no need to look at him like that since he bought the side dishes. As she tastes the food, she comments that the soup is especially good. He explains that the great taste comes from the doenjang marinade he used. She can't believe he made the soup himself and tells him it's so good he could open a restaurant. He laughs at her compliment and asks what she usually eats at home. She admits that she often skips breakfast because she's short on time, and eats out for dinner since she works late. He suggests that if she cut back on sleep a bit, she could find time for breakfast. She defends her routine, saying it's hard to wake up early after working late. He bluntly says she can sleep when she's dead, and should focus on eating something before work. She tells him that his extreme thinking is typical, and he asks what she does on weekends. She says she mostly sleeps and sometimes eats out if she's meeting someone. He then comments on her current state, and when she asks what he means, he bluntly says she needs to gain some weight. She argues that her weight is average, but he reminds her that she looked different 2 years ago. Thinking about her past, she realizes that her work has affected her appearance. She mentions she had gained some weight before, and he thought she looked better then. Surprised by his comment, she wonders if he's trying to trap her. He insists he's just giving advice and tells her to eat better and gain some weight. She's confused about how he went from making breakfast to telling her to gain weight and questions his motives. His next comment about her never having eaten food a man had cooked for her before makes her stop and blush. She realizes she must have sounded like a character from a novel. Blushing, she hears him say he has never cooked for a woman before either. Her eyes widen in disbelief, and she accuses him of trying to deceive her. He leans in and brushes off her concerns, saying it doesn't matter who made the good food. She disagrees, but he insists that she seems to be saying otherwise. She tries to explain that's not what she meant, but he counters by reminding her that she had tried to blackmail him before, turning the tables and making her seem like the one trying to play the victim. Feeling uncomfortable, she isn't sure how to respond. His kindness makes her question his motives, leaving her uneasy about his actions. She wonders why he is acting this way and realizes her hopes might be misplaced. She tries to focus on not letting him play with her emotions. He interrupts her thoughts by asking if she would want to date someone like him. She remembers a past conversation, where she said she wouldn't want to date him and now feels awkward. He points out that he is someone who eats breakfast regularly, unlike her. She says they don't have the kind of relationship where they should be sharing breakfast, and he asks what kind of relationship they actually have, suggesting it's just casual. Their conversation gets awkward as she admits the topic feels uncomfortable. With his arms crossed, he notices her discomfort and she tries to explain that she meant something casual, like friends with benefits. He asks if she thinks of him as a promiscuous guy, twisting her words and making her stammer. She corrects him, saying that wasn't what she meant. He then says she's the first person he's had this kind of relationship with, which shocks her. She responds with doubt, clearly not buying what he says. He asks if he seems like someone who would lie just to impress her. She hesitates, looks down, and admits he isn't a liar. But he cuts her off, saying she tends to drift off in conversations. She questions how she can trust him, given his seeming ease with deceit. He then brags about being good at everything, including not being a man who chases after women. She gives a sarcastic congratulations, and he insists it's true. She thinks to herself that he's really annoying her while she's trying to have a serious talk. He admits he feels a bit foolish and looks away for a moment, then accuses her of being an even bigger fool for not seeing the truth. She looks at him, confused and shocked, as he goes on, saying he didn't force her to be modest. She responds sharply, agreeing but pointing out that being called a man who chases after women must hurt his feelings. She says she never saw him that way, even though he keeps hinting otherwise. He suggests her doubts make it look like she's jealous. She questions why she'd be jealous when there's nothing between them. Standing up, she declares that she's never been clingy with past partners. He brushes off her statement, and she, now angry, tells him his behavior might make him look jealous of her past relationships. To her surprise, he admits he is actually upset and reveals he's uncomfortable with her previous relationships. He crosses his arms and admits he doesn't like her past partners, which she thinks is unfair. He insists he has a right to feel that way, while she feels frustrated with his attitude. She tells him it's the first time she's been this open with someone and stayed over at a guy's place without being romantically involved. She also points out it's the first time a guy has cooked for her without being a romantic partner. Despite their earlier closeness, he questions why their relationship can't just stay casual. She struggles with this idea, feeling torn about the boundary they've crossed. He says they never set any clear boundaries and she remembers their past talks about being friends with benefits. Their conversation shifts to Seung-jae, with him accusing her of being inconsistent in how she interacts with people compared to him. She defends Seung-jae, saying he's just a colleague. He suggests her mixed signals are a way of playing with emotions. He then brings up their intimate moments, arguing that their actions have already blurred any lines. As she wrestles with her growing feelings, he tries to lighten the mood by offering coffee. While she thinks about his offer, he brings up Lee Seung-jae again, asking if she's dating him. She says no, that Seung-jae is just a co-worker. He points out that she had stayed over at Seung-jae's place and had breakfast with him, suggesting that Seung-jae is not a problem. He then says that, since he's also a co-worker, she should be okay with him too, unless she's messing with him for some special reason. She gets really angry, accusing him of confusing her with mixed signals. He admits he's also feeling conflicted and says her actions are giving him mixed signals too. He points out that they've already broken many of her own rules by being intimate. As she tries to sort out her feelings, he says having a meal together isn't a big deal, and that she won't fall for him just because he cooked for her. She worries that she might end up wanting more and becoming a problem for someone who dislikes complications. Even with her fears, she insists that nothing will make her fall for him. When he jokingly suggests they should handle more intimate encounters now that he's fed her, she gets offended. As she tries to leave, he grabs her and carries her back, saying she can't go until her clothes are dry because he put them in the washing machine. Despite her trying to resist, he kisses her, and she reluctantly gives in, realizing she's fallen into his trap once again. She picks up her phone, her hand shaking a little as she checks the time. A sense of unease hits her, and she mutters to herself, thinking about how long everything has been going on. While she's lost in thought, Mr. Quan walks into the bedroom with a jug of water in one hand and a glass in the other. He takes a sip, sets the jug down next to the bed, and looks at her without seeming to notice the tension. She automatically pulls the blanket over herself, feeling defensive, and turns away from him. He quickly asks if she wants a glass of water, lifting the cup a bit, as if offering it to her. Her voice sounds rough as she says no, her throat sore from the night. He comments on her voice, suggesting she could use the water, but she shakes her head, trying to get herself together. Inside, she can't stop thinking about how much he has taken control, and the events of the night keep replaying in her mind. Her mind drifts back to earlier, remembering how he had carried her easily on his shoulder, and how they ended up in this situation. The memories are clear, how they connected in many ways. She still feels the weight of it all and the closeness they shared, even though there is still an emotional distance between them. He speaks again, asking if she's awake. His voice brings her back to the present, and she answers weakly, not fully grasping what's happening. He comments on her stamina, noting how quickly she seemed overwhelmed after just a few rounds. His words sting, and she feels embarrassed. She remembers everything, the multiple positions, even in the bathroom. It all felt unending, and now the reality of it is hitting her. Eventually, she falls asleep, but wakes up to find Mr. Quan still lying next to her. He casually says she can sleep a bit longer, and that he will wake her up in the morning. She turns away, her mind racing with thoughts of getting away. She worries that if she stays any longer, she might lose herself completely and isn't sure when he might try to get close to her again. She silently debates whether she should find her clothes and leave while she still has the chance. Before she can make a move, he tells her that he will take her home and won't try anything else. Even though he means to reassure her, his words only confuse her more. She recalls a conversation they had at the office where he said that physical intimacy helps him focus. She can't shake the feeling that their relationship is something transactional, lacking in real emotion. As she lies there thinking about his behavior, she remembers how he mentioned that these interactions help him concentrate. The memory of touching himself at the office comes back to her, making her feel uneasy. She wonders if their relationship is just a replacement for his private habits. The thought makes her feel empty and pathetic. He goes on, saying that he stopped his usual habits since being with her, but this just confuses her more. She is shocked by how casually he talks about it and struggles to understand what he is saying. The situation feels unreal, and the more he talks, the more she realizes how tangled she is in his complicated world. He dismisses the idea of a real relationship, saying he has no intention of dating or getting emotionally involved. His words leave her conflicted because this is exactly what she agreed to from the beginning. But now, lying next to him, it feels different. She isn't sure if she can keep going like this, feeling both alone and trapped at the same time. Even though their arrangement is supposed to be casual, she can't shake the feeling of unease inside her. When he kisses her on the neck, the mix of panic and excitement she once felt starts to fade, replaced by deep confusion. Being with him makes her feel lonely, even though he is right next to her. The complexity of her feelings overwhelms her, and she can't understand why this man, who was so clear about his intentions, is making her feel this way. On Monday morning, the office is buzzing with chatter as Nile walks into the cafeteria with a cup of coffee. Her colleague, Jong, with her bright yellow hair and curious eyes, approaches her with a playful tone. Kim, feeling the weight of the weekend, sighs and mentions that the team dinner didn't happen because something urgent came up. Jong, always eager to know more, asks what happened. Kim hesitates, saying it's personal. Undeterred, Jong teases if Seung-jae had ditched her, to which Kim quickly clarifies she was the one who had to leave. Jong notices Kim's hoarse voice and comments on it. Kim admits she has a sore throat. Jong then speculates it might be related to Kim's ex-boyfriend, causing Kim to nearly spill her coffee in surprise. Jong hands her a tissue, keeping up her sharp intuition. The conversation shifts as Jong suggests that Kim should have taken Seung-jae to show her ex that she's moved on. Kim, feeling uncomfortable, tries to brush off the idea, but Jong keeps pushing. She even proposes that Seung-jae could pretend to be Kim's boyfriend if her ex contacts her again. Before Kim can respond, Mr. Quan, the CEO, walks in with a casual greeting. Both Kim and Jong are caught off guard, and Jong hides a bit behind Kim. Despite the surprise, Kim manages to greet him politely, though she notices that something seems off about his mood. He's smiling, but he's also wearing the same clothes from the day before, reminding her of the ride home he gave her on Sunday. She had offered to take the subway, but he insisted on giving her a ride since her place was on his way to the office. Back in the present, Mr. Quan asks about the editorial team, which surprises Kim since he usually doesn't concern himself with such details. Jong, always eager to chat, explains that she has some personal trouble and has been advised to ask Seung-jae for help. Mr. Kwon seems interested and asks about her relationship with Seung-jae. Jong quickly says she would never get involved in an office romance because she is too professional for that. As the conversation gets more awkward, Kim feels a mix of guilt and unease. She's trying to present herself as the perfect employee, but feels like an imposter, especially with her complicated history with the CEO. Mr. Kwon remains unfazed and continues talking, casually saying he doesn't have a problem with office relationships as long as they don't affect work. Feeling the tension, Kim quickly changes the subject. She reminds Jong that Director Park is looking for someone to handle contracts, which makes Jong hurry off, leaving Kim alone with Mr. Kwon. Kim tries to excuse herself, but Mr. Kwon comments on her work ethic, lightly teasing her about slacking off. This leads to a short, but tense chat about office gossip and missed opportunities. The conversation then gets serious when Mr. Kwon talks about problems with a project that involved video materials. He starts explaining the issues in detail. He says that the video was given to the client as the final product without proper quality checks. The client found the error themselves, which was a big mistake on their part. Even when the mistake was noticed, instead of fixing it, the team just asked the client to be understanding and avoided taking responsibility. Kim listens quietly. Mr. Kwon continues, saying that Mr. Lee went along with the plan without questioning anything. To make matters worse, Mr. Lee used the wrong file from the video team in all the materials, from the website to the broker's pages. Mr. Quan mentions that he barely caught the mistake just before the materials were handed over to the client, showing his frustration with the series of errors. He asks her if she thinks he should have sent the materials as if they were fine, even with the clear problems. Miss Kim tries to understand, suggesting that maybe Seung-jae went along with it because he thought the client had already approved the video team's work. She figures the video team might have pressured him, making it seem like he had no choice. However, Mr. Quan isn't satisfied. He says that even if that's the case, it doesn't excuse Mr. Lee for putting the project at risk and dragging him down with it. Miss Kim lowers her head, admitting she didn't review Mr. Lee's work properly and apologizing for missing it. The draft looked okay to her, but she hadn't double-checked it. Before she can say more, he cuts her off, saying that Mr. Lee's lack of detail isn't her fault. Miss Kim still feels responsible and mentions that Seung-jae usually does a good job, but Mr. Quan isn't moved. He points out that skill isn't the only issue, accountability is important too. Even though Seung-jae might be talented, Mr. Quan thinks his unique style often causes problems. Miss Kim quietly apologizes again, but Mr. Quan gets more frustrated. He tells her this is why she ends up in tough spots, because she lets things slide too easily. She feels the weight of his words and wonders why he seems to be taking out his personal frustration on her. His behavior doesn't seem entirely professional. Confused, she notices the defiant look in his eyes. She wants to ask what's really going on with him, but before she can, Seung-jae walks in, cheerful and unaware of the tension. He greets them with a bright "good morning," completely unaware of the mood. She nods at Seung-jae, but her thoughts are interrupted when she sees the CEO behind her. She immediately stops talking and bows to acknowledge him. In her mind, she guesses that Seung-jae must have mentioned everything was scripted, which explains his nervousness around Mr. Quan. As the CEO walks by, she offers him some coffee, and he takes it. Despite everything, she feels a bit sorry for him. The CEO walks away without much warmth, and she notices how tense Seung-jae is. He mentions that Mr. Quan seems to be in a bad mood, and she half jokes that Mr. Quan is never really in a good mood. She also notes that he's at the office earlier than usual. Seung-jae sighs, worried that he's in for a tough day, and might be called into the CEO's office for a reprimand. She tells him she heard about what happened on Friday, and offers to redo the material based on his original draft, reassuring him that the drafts were good. As they leave the cafeteria, Seung-jae holds his coffee with one hand and covers his face with the other, feeling embarrassed. She teases him, saying that if they are going to feel embarrassed, they should have done it a long time ago. They walk down the hallway, their footsteps echoing, and the conversation becomes lighter. She mentions that while she might seem tough, she still has a conscience. The mood shifts as she apologizes for what happened that day. Seung-jae stays quiet, listening. She reflects on how her ex-boyfriend, Sang-hoon, had taken her phone that day and called Seung-jae names. She feels a deep sense of guilt for putting him in that situation and sighs, thinking about how different her ex had been at the start. He tries to reassure her, saying her ex seemed dangerous, but she brushes it off, thinking that Sang-hoon is more pathetic than anything. Still, she admits he might have a point about her ex being unpredictable. He comments that it's strange how some men only realize they are losing a relationship when they see the woman with someone else. This makes her think about how her ex kept talking even when someone clearly better, like the CEO, stepped in for her. She smiles at his confidence and says that if something like that happens again, she'd count on him to help. He makes a playful fist, insisting that he has more to thank her for than the other way around. He says her breakup with Sang-hoon was technically his fault, which makes her stumble over her words, feeling uncomfortable with the idea that people might misunderstand their situation. He grins, leans in, and jokingly suggests that it's technically true. As they walk together, Seung-jae talks about how worried he was on Friday night. He remembers how anxious he felt when their phone call ended suddenly, and how unnerved he was by her ex's behavior. She acknowledges his concern and tells him she'll let him know if anything like that happens again. Seung-jae, still worried about her safety, offers to take her home that night. She gently refuses, saying it's not needed. They both laugh when he points out that they are heading to the same station anyway. She jokes about whether he'll even make it home that day. Back at her desk, she sees a flood of messages from Mr. Quan. She sighs, frustrated by the sheer number of them. She knows she has work to do, but the extra tasks he's given her after their chat in the cafeteria feel overwhelming. She opens one of his messages and quickly skims through it. She's surprised to see a note telling her to be quiet at the office and mentioning that the fare had dropped by lunch. She thinks to herself, seriously, this is ridiculous. It's Wednesday night, just a few minutes before 11 p.m. The office is quiet except for the steady clicking of Kim's keyboard. She's been working non-stop for the past 3 days, putting in overtime since Monday. She's exhausted, and her movements are automatic as she clicks and saves her work almost mechanically. Finally, with a tired sigh, she finishes her task and collapses into her chair, feeling drained and empty. While she's lost in her thoughts, Seung-jae walks up with a big smile, clearly excited. He asks if she's about to leave, and she says yes. He shares that his recent work has been approved and suggests they leave the office together. She agrees, a bit surprised by his offer. Seung-jae, noticing their conversation, asks if something is wrong. She hesitates, but dismisses it as no big deal. In her mind, she's conflicted. Mr. Quan has been driving her home since she started working late, and she's gotten used to texting him when she finishes work. His constant requests seem like part of his perfectionist behavior, and she's been going along with it, even though it feels like a chore. She reflects on how Mr. Quan's nagging has become a regular part of her life. But now that she's agreed to leave with Seung-jae, it feels awkward to change plans. Kim starts typing a message to Mr. Quan, letting him know she's heading home on her own tonight. Seung-jae, who is putting away his backpack, gives her space to finish. After sending the message and getting a quick reply from Mr. Quan, Kim gets ready to leave with Seung-jae. As they head to the elevator, she sees another message from Mr. Quan, asking why she's not taking her usual ride home with him. She tells him she ran into Seung-jae, and will be walking with him instead. Mr. Quan keeps asking questions, showing some irritation. Kim notices his silence after her last reply and starts to worry that she might have upset him. Seung-jae, not noticing the tension, excitedly points out that the elevator has arrived. As they get in, he starts talking about a new drug meeting with a slightly balding man. Kim is distracted, her mind focused on her feelings and the awkwardness with Mr. Quan. She thinks about the CEO, and reflects on past awkward moments. She wonders if she really wants Mr. Quan to keep driving her home, feeling that such thoughts might be beneath her. As Seung-jae talks about his past relationships, Kim's frustration grows. He suggests she might be interested in someone and offers to set her up with one of his friends. She declines, thinking his friends probably aren't looking for anything serious. Seung-jae takes it well and tries to cheer her up by joking that some office colleagues, including Mr. Quan, might be potential dates. Kim brushes off these comments, thinking that dating someone from the office is impractical. The conversation shifts to how tough it can be to date someone who's always busy, and she shares her concerns about dating people from work. Seung-jae remembers her previous views on this and she confirms that she's still not interested in office relationships. As they walk, he tries to lighten the mood by talking about other available men, but she remains firm. She comments that even the charm of potential dates, including Mr. Quan, doesn't appeal to her anymore. When they get closer to the train station, she brings up the office gossip about them as a reason to avoid dating co-workers. Seung-jae agrees but keeps teasing her. She playfully hits his backpack and jokes about what would happen if she can't find someone. Seung-jae asks her to let him know if she meets someone, but she's unsure if he's being genuine. When they finally say goodbye, he offers to walk her home, but she says no and tells him to go rest. As she walks alone toward her place, the usual comfort of her neighborhood feels strangely quiet. The silence makes her uneasy, so she quickens her pace. Her footsteps echo loudly, and she can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. The fact that she's used to being driven home by Mr. Quan makes her feel more unsettled, and she wonders if his constant lectures are affecting her more than she thought. As she reaches her building, her phone rings suddenly, making her jump. She rushes inside, closes the door, and climbs the stairs quickly. With her heart racing, she wonders who could be calling her at this time. Her phone buzzes again, and she hesitates, feeling both anxious and curious, as she continues to make her way to her apartment. Miss Kim's phone buzzes unexpectedly, and she looks at it, wondering who could be calling so late. When she sees that it's Seung-jae, a longtime friend, she feels a sense of comfort. She answers the call and hears her friend's concerned voice right away. Seung-jae asks where Kim is, and Kim replies that she is right outside her apartment. With a slight sigh of relief, she reminds her friend about the troubling encounter she had with Lee Sang-hoon not long ago, explaining that it made her worried. She remembers telling Seung-jae that she would be working late again, and Seung-jae expresses her frustration about Kim's late hours. Seung-jae even jokingly threatens to lecture the CEO if she has to. As Kim listens to her friend, she suddenly remembers that she forgot to adjust the heat in her apartment, so she quickly does that. Seung-jae points out that Kim also needs to get some rest for work tomorrow, and Kim feels a warm sense of gratitude. Playfully, she asks Seung-jae if she really stayed up just to check on her. Seung-jae responds with an affectionate assurance that it's only natural for friends to care. After they say their goodbyes, the call ends. Standing alone in her messy apartment, Kim looks around and feels a bit overwhelmed by how things are. Determined to tidy up, she starts picking up the clothes scattered everywhere. The room, with its clutter, reminds her of how chaotic things have gotten lately. But before she can make much progress, her phone rings again. She expects it to be Seung-jae calling back, but when she checks the screen, she sees that it's Mr. Quan. Surprised, she quickly realizes it's not who she thought it would be. His voice catches her off guard, and she stutters a bit as she tries to switch her mind from her last conversation. Mr. Quan notices her hesitation and teases her about it, making it clear that he won't let her off the hook easily. She tries to explain that she is surprised because she thought it was her friend calling again, but he responds with dry humor, questioning why she suddenly seems so concerned about his opinion when she used to brush him off so easily. As their conversation goes on, Mr. Quan asks if Lee Seung-jae saw her off. She quickly clarifies that they parted ways a long time ago, and feels a bit offended that he assumes Seung-jae would have taken her home. His casual remark makes it sound like she brought Seung-jae back with her. It seems like he is more annoyed that she went home alone rather than that she left the office with him. She wonders why he cares so much about her getting home, especially since they only rode the subway in the same direction for a little while. His frustration grows, and he criticizes Seung-jae for not walking her all the way home. His comment about not having a car feels like a strange insult and a backhanded compliment at the same time. She can't help but tease him back, pointing out that he seems to be praising his own simplicity. His reaction confuses her even more. Why does he care so much about her safety, especially when he seems like the last person who should? She tries to shrug it off, continuing to clean her room while putting her phone on loudspeaker. She knows she needs to focus on getting her apartment in order, but his comments keep popping up in her mind. Their chat becomes even more ridiculous, as he makes sarcastic comments about Seung-jae's desperate attempts to keep talking to her. She rolls her eyes at that. Then, out of nowhere, he suddenly compliments her appearance. She is taken aback and accuses him of trying to manipulate her, thinking he is just messing with her to confuse her. She finds herself laughing at how silly their banter is. In a rare moment of honesty, he insists that he is just being genuine. His serious tone makes her heart race. It's not often that he speaks like this, and she feels a strange mix of flattery and unease. She lies flat on her bed, hiding her face in embarrassment, because she doesn't want him to know how much his words affect her. He keeps insisting on driving her home, making it clear that he really wants her to be safe. His concern seems genuine, but it also makes her feel a little uneasy. As she lies there on her bed, she thinks about how he always manages to throw her off balance with his words. It's like he knows exactly how to get under her skin, and it drives her a bit crazy. Suddenly, he brings up Seung-jae again, telling her to be careful around him. Annoyed by the comment, she snaps back that he is the last person who should talk about being dangerous. Out of everyone in her life, he is the one she feels most cautious about. He has this unpredictable nature that makes her wary, and she can't help but feel a little defensive. He doesn't deny it. Instead, he twists her words against her, suggesting that her body's reactions reveal her true feelings about him. She feels her cheeks heat up in embarrassment as she immediately responds, calling him out on his suggestive comments. He counters by saying he has never done anything she doesn't want, and this only flusters her even more. His words linger in the air, and she feels a strange mix of frustration and attraction. It's as if his presence becomes more intense over the phone, almost like he is right there beside her, making it hard for her to think clearly. She tries to shake off the feeling but can't help but feel drawn to his confidence. As her thoughts spiral, she starts to imagine his voice teasing her even more. It feels like she can almost see him whispering, leaning in close, as he makes all sorts of provocative comments that send her mind into a whirl of emotions. She pictures him smirking, that charming smile of his making her heart race. The way he talks, with that playful tone, always catches her off guard, and she feels both flattered and annoyed at the same time. Then, suddenly, she realizes she is getting lost in her thoughts, and it feels like she is daydreaming. Just as she starts to feel a bit overwhelmed, he calls her name through the phone, pulling her back to reality. He asks her, in a tone that mixes teasing and genuine concern, if she is really affected by what they are talking about. She can hear the curiosity in his voice, and it makes her feel vulnerable. It's as if he can see right through her, and she doesn't know how to respond. She hesitates for a moment, trying to gather her thoughts and decide how much to reveal. Kim lies sprawled on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling completely overwhelmed by everything that has happened that day. Exhaustion weighs heavily on her mind, making it tough to tell what is real and what is just her swirling thoughts. The events of the day replay in her head, a jumbled mess of emotions and interactions that leave her feeling drained. She struggles to understand the whirlwind of feelings rushing through her, feeling her body tense up with a strange heat and a sensation she can't quite figure out. It's almost as if there's a storm brewing inside her, and she doesn't know how to calm it down. His voice cuts through her fog, pulling her focus back to the conversation they are having. Each word he speaks stirs up feelings that leave her confused and vulnerable, and she can't help but notice how he seems to take pleasure in the effect he has on her. It's like he enjoys throwing her off balance, making comments that make her question herself and her reactions. She finds herself responding to his tone and suggestions even when she knows she shouldn't, and it frustrates her. As they keep talking, the conversation starts to feel more unsettling. He begins suggesting things that feel too personal, almost as if he knows her better than she knows herself. She feels a pang of discomfort building up inside her, and it's like her own body is betraying her, reacting in ways she can't control. He keeps talking, and she struggles to hold it together. No matter how hard she tries to deflect his comments or change the subject, he remains persistent, clearly aware of how his words are affecting her. His remarks about her vulnerability, inexperience, and state of mind leave her feeling exposed, as if he has stripped away her defenses. The lines between what is real and what is just in her head start to blur, and she finds herself hanging on to his every word. Each suggestion he makes lingers in her mind longer than she wants them to, and she feels like she is losing her grip on reality. What started as a casual chat has turned into something much more intense, making her feel like she has lost control of herself completely. As the call continues in the background, Kim lies still, trying to make sense of everything that has just happened. She feels like she's floating in a mix of confusion and vulnerability, unable to ground herself in the reality of the moment. Her heart races as she replays his words in her mind, questioning if he really meant what he said or if it was all just playful teasing. The tension in the air hangs thick, and she can't shake off the feeling that this conversation has changed something between them. She wonders how things went from light-hearted to so complicated, and she feels a knot tightening in her stomach as she realizes she has to confront these feelings. Kim takes a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but it only makes her feel more aware of the weight of the conversation. She rolls over to face the wall, hoping that the simple act of changing her position might help her find some clarity. Yet, even with her back turned, she can't escape the lingering thoughts of his voice and what it might mean for them moving forward. She knows she needs to process what just happened, but the emotions swirling inside her make it hard to think straight. All she can do is lie there, lost in her thoughts, trying to figure out what this all means for her and for their relationship. After he finishes up, he looks at his phone screen, which is now covered in the results of what he has just done. He stares at it for a moment, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. It isn't just the mess on the screen, it's the thought that he has lowered himself to the same level as the people he usually looks down on. He thinks about loss, realizing that it's a basic instinct that everyone feels. But every time he recognizes that he has given into it, he feels sickened by himself. Suddenly, her voice cuts through his thoughts. She asks him what he is thinking, almost as if she can sense that he is hesitating. He replies casually, admitting that he has done what she expected him to do because of her. She rolls her eyes and tells him it's annoying when he talks like that, as if she has done it just for him. As he wipes his phone screen clean, she tells him to focus on finishing his work and getting some rest. He agrees with her, but deep down, he feels a mix of emotions. Hearing her voice forces him to face the truth. He is no better than the people around him. He jokingly asks if he should thank her for this sudden moment of self-awareness. She brushes him off, saying she would never do something so reckless again. But he knows her better than that. Every time she says things like this, it sounds like a promise she unintentionally makes to repeat the same mistakes. Feeling annoyed, she decides to hang up the call without saying goodbye. After that, Kim starts picking up her clothes for laundry. She mutters to herself that she must have lost her mind to do something like that. Already feeling overwhelmed with too many things to feel embarrassed about, she wonders why she keeps adding more to the list. Just then, a notification on her phone grabs her attention. She reaches for it and sees a message from him. It's short and simple, telling her to go to sleep. That's all it says. She falls back onto her bed and stares up at the ceiling. Oddly enough, it feels like the tension from earlier has completely disappeared. She tells herself that it's probably just because she is so tired, so she decides to wash up and then go to sleep. The next day, she arrives at the office all dressed and ready to work. However, she struggles to keep her eyes open, regretting that she didn't get any sleep at all during the night. No matter what, she promises herself that she will leave on time today, even if a new project comes up. Just as she decides to avoid unnecessary interactions, she unexpectedly runs into him by the elevator. She notices that he is wearing different clothes from yesterday. Did he go home because of what she said? She shakes off the thought, telling herself not to read too much into it. But then, her body takes over and starts a casual conversation by commenting on his outfit. He looks a bit confused for a second before a big grin spreads across his face. He replies that he managed to finish his work, all thanks to her cooperation, and then he went home. His words catch her off guard for a moment. Why does he have to say it like that, making it sound like they did something wrong? She grabs him by his jacket and warns him that people could misunderstand their conversation. But he just smiles and points out that her reaction will only make people more curious. This infuriates her, and she tells him to be quiet. However, he calmly says that acting like this will only make things worse. Inside, she starts questioning herself again. Why did she approach him first when she knew it would end up like this? Their relationship is something they can't let others know about, and this secrecy feels like a heavy weight on her shoulders. Yet, in a strange way, it also makes her feel special, as if they share a connection that no one else knows about. The thought of this intimacy gives her a little thrill, but she knows it's dangerous to want more from him. She can't allow herself to fall deeper into this situation. As the elevator doors open, she reminds herself to keep some distance between them. From a distance, Seung-jae watches the two of them. Something about how they interact makes him feel uneasy. It's not the words they say, but the little things that hint at something deeper. He can't shake the feeling that there's more to their relationship than it seems. As he sits alone, smoking a cigarette, memories of that morning play back in his mind. He thinks about everything that has happened, the casual greeting, the way Miss Kim talks to him, and the look on her face. Seung-jae tries to tell himself that he's just imagining things, but he feels silly for even thinking about it. She only sees him as a co-worker. Every moment they share is just a quick exchange, nothing special. She once called him a starving artist type, saying he would always be lazy and hungry. Remembering that makes it hard for him to understand why he keeps hoping for something more. If it wasn't for her occasional smiles, he would have left this job a long time ago. Yet, here he is, hanging around with no real reason. He feels like a fool, stuck in this pointless cycle. He finds himself lost in thoughts about Nile. He remembers how her smiles used to make him feel comfortable, making the office feel like a better place. He sticks around, month after month, partly because he thinks she might have feelings for him. This belief makes him feel even more embarrassed, because he knows he shouldn't think that way. After all, he has never been dumped, has received a lot of Valentine's Day chocolates, and has turned down many advances from people. His thoughts suddenly get interrupted by the director, who starts talking about rewriting real estate ads. The director throws the ads to Levy, and Seung-jae takes a moment to look in their direction. He sees Mr. Quan and the director deep in conversation. The director says he isn't interested in going out of their way to help others. Mr. Quan seems to agree, but then he adds a hesitant, but before noticing Seung-jae sitting there. The CEO immediately calls out his name, and he thinks how unfortunate it is to be noticed right now. He really wants to avoid the CEO, but he keeps a friendly attitude and politely asks how his lunch is. The director, clearly enjoying the conversation, mentions that he had a business meeting over a nice meal, thanks to the CEO. When they start talking about smoking, the director asks to borrow his lighter, but Mr. Quan declines, saying he quit a long time ago. The director jokes that they are both death bugs, while praising him for living a healthy lifestyle. He thinks to himself that he would rather not be called a death bug, and doesn't want to be compared to the director at all. Then, the director changes the topic and asks about his relationship with Nile. Before he can answer, the CEO jumps in, saying that he already knows about the rumors going around. His mind races. He is already on the CEO's bad side because of a mistake he made on a recent project. Now, this situation makes it look like he and Nile are flirting at work. He can barely hold back his frustration, as he wonders if the director wants to bring them both down. But the director keeps teasing, pointing out how his reactions always seem to confirm the rumors. He desperately tries to brush off the accusations, saying they are completely false. He pleads with Mr. Quan, hoping he knows better than to believe office gossip, but the CEO's relaxed response suggests there might be some truth to it. He tries to downplay the situation, but Mr. Kim seems amused by it. The director continues to push the story, mentioning how Nile is the only one who looks upset when people question their relationship. He even accuses him of standing next to her, grinning like a fool in love. The constant hints and suggestions really frustrate him, and he pushes back by saying that Nile would turn him down even if he confessed his feelings. He explains that she has made it clear she doesn't want to date anyone from work. Still, the director keeps insisting that the CEO doesn't have a problem with office relationships and questions why he denies it so strongly. Trying to keep calm, he admits that Nile hates those rumors, and if they keep going, she might cut ties with him completely. He says that even if he ran after her to tell her how he feels, she would reject him without thinking twice. But then, he calmly chimes in, saying that not clearing things up early could lead to misunderstandings that might affect their job reviews and reputations. His voice stays cold, and even though he smiles, it's clear that he means what he says. The seriousness of the situation hits him, leaving him speechless. Just then, the director mentions that Nile has arrived. As soon as she walks in, he finds his eyes following her without even trying. She smiles as she greets them, but he can't help but glance at the CEO, whose face is hard to read. A sudden thought pops into his mind, could it be that Mr. Kwon? As he looks at the man in front of him, he sees the unspoken warning in Mr. Kwon's eyes, telling him to stay quiet about what he just saw. Without saying a word, it's clear that Mr. Kwon means he won't hesitate to handle things if he needs to. With a quick, just a second, he turns and walks over to where she stands behind the glass mirror. Director Kim notices the change in his focus and wonders out loud why he suddenly approaches her. Could it be connected to what he mentioned earlier? That thought sticks in his mind as he calls out Seung-jae's name, making the younger man walk away from the scene. Even while walking, he can't shake the feeling that something is off. From a distance, he keeps his eyes on the two of them, trying to figure out what's going on between them. While he is lost in thought, a woman surprises him by approaching out of nowhere. She looks taken aback, surprised to see him there, and wonders how he managed to get into this area without being noticed. But he stays silent. She repeats his name, trying to get a response, but he brushes off her concerns and instead asks why she keeps watching the CEO and Nile standing together. When he questions whether she finds the CEO more unusual than him, the woman looks confused, unable to understand what he means. He keeps analyzing Mr. Kwon's demeanor. The way his expression goes from warm to cold and distant feels intentional, almost like he is putting on a show. This behavior seems very suspicious, but the woman beside him doesn't notice anything unusual. Even with everything happening right in front of her, she is completely blind to the tension in the air. This lack of awareness probably comes from the fact that he has always treated her badly, putting her down and embarrassing her. It's natural that no one would suspect him of having any other feelings toward her. Was this what he wanted all along? He wonders if the CEO's constant mistreatment is just a cover to hide his true feelings, even from her. While he thinks about this, Nile, who has already started walking over, casually offers to grab coffee with him. He says no at first, but as she moves away, he impulsively stops her and changes his mind. He accepts her offer, and with a playful comment, she teases him for suddenly deciding to go. He nods and lets go of her arm. As they leave together, he notices the CEO watching them from a distance, and a sinking feeling settles in his chest. He realizes he is deeper into this situation than he ever imagined. The next evening, at exactly 7:44 p.m., she stretches in her office. It is rare for her to leave on time, and she enjoys the thought of it. Picking up her phone, she remembers the day before when the CEO insisted on driving her home, looking upset about something. She thinks about how he often wants to drive her, leaving her with no choice but to say yes. As she starts typing a message to let him know she is leaving, she notices that he isn't responding as fast as he usually does. This silence feels strange. After sending a few more messages, she decides that he is probably just busy. With a sigh, she puts her phone down, puts on her coat, and heads for the door. Just as she is about to leave, Seung-jae suddenly appears. She is startled by his presence and nervously tells him she is just about to head out. He suggests they go grab dinner, but Na-Yool hesitates. A memory flashes in her mind of how she had said she was free earlier, making it hard for her to turn down his offer. As she packs her bag, he brings up the topic of dinner. He reminds her that she has covered for him again, and that he owes her a meal. He keeps saying he will treat her, but their schedules never seem to match. She waves it off, saying it is nothing, but he insists, asking if she likes sushi. The thought of sushi makes her stomach flutter, and she realizes she is already drooling just thinking about it. She quickly dismisses the idea, telling him he doesn't need to treat her, even though her taste buds are saying otherwise. He then mentions that someone recently told him about a great sushi place, and he is sure she will love it. He adds that they haven't had their team dinner yet, so this could be a good chance to make up for it. She hesitates, saying they can have sushi another time. Seeing that she is unsure, he asks if she is tired. She remembers how, just an hour ago, she had bragged about feeling unusually energetic, claiming she could run a marathon. Her mind scolds her for saying that. Why does she always have to talk so much? He doesn't miss a beat and suggests they grab a quick dinner before heading home. Thinking about her earlier words, she feels it would be rude to turn him down now. Reluctantly, she agrees, and he takes her to the sushi place he mentioned. Once they sit down, he gestures for her to enjoy the meal. She nods and thanks him for the kind gesture. He stands across the table, trying to follow her instructions as she points at the plates. When she asks him to grab one, he points at a different one, looking a bit confused. After she corrects him, he finally picks up the right plate, and she smiles softly, happy to see the food on her plate. As she takes a bite, she starts to wonder if he really doesn't understand her instructions, or if he is doing it on purpose to save money. After all, this meal is on him, so there's not much she can complain about. The flavors of the food delight her taste buds, as she chews and swallows. She glances at him and compliments his choice of restaurant. Folding his arms, he confidently agrees, but inside, he admits that he picked this place because the other one he thought about was too expensive. They continue eating, and suddenly her phone vibrates. She looks at the screen and sees a familiar number. To avoid any interruptions, she quickly brushes it off, saying it is probably spam. He notices her reaction and gently reminds her to check her messages more often. She takes a quick peek and sees a text from Mr. Quan, who is asking where she is. She replies that she is eating and hopes he won't text back too soon. She suggests that he try a certain type of sushi and points to the one with scallions. Just as she starts to explain, her phone vibrates again, cutting her off mid-sentence. While he reaches out for the food, she checks her phone and sees another message from Mr. Quan, asking where she is having dinner. She quickly replies with her location and mentions that Seung-jae is treating her. Mr. Quan responds, calling Seung-jae a sneaky bastard. This makes her feel a little uneasy, but she brushes it off and goes back to her meal. Seung-jae encourages her to eat more, but she feels a bit uncomfortable accepting so much food. He playfully teases her, saying that if she eats everything, she can take responsibility if he runs out of money. She jokingly pushes back, saying she wouldn't help him if he goes bankrupt. As they keep joking around, she thinks about how kind he is, but she doesn't want to take advantage of his generosity. When he brings another dish to her, she hesitates, but finds it hard to resist. Moments later, her phone vibrates again, and this time, she sees a message from Mr. Quan telling her to text him once she finishes eating. He notices that she keeps glancing at her phone a lot. She explains that it's just a message from a college friend, trying to make it seem like it's no big deal. They keep chatting until it's time to leave. He offers to take her home and insists on calling a taxi for her. She hesitates, but he is so persistent that she ends up getting pushed into the car and can't say no. When they arrive at her apartment, he insists on walking her inside before he leaves. Even though she feels thankful for his kindness, part of her wishes he would just go home already. Once she is inside her apartment, she thinks about what happened that night. She remembers that she has blown off Mr. Quan for 2 nights in a row because of these surprise dinners with Seung-jae. She checks her phone again, and sees that it has been over 40 minutes since his last message. Maybe he is still stuck in a meeting. As she unlocks her door, she tries to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping in. Once she is inside, she puts her bag and coat on the couch and heads to the bathroom to freshen up. While she washes her face, her phone rings again. She looks at the screen and sees that it is Mr. Quan calling. She answers, and he asks when she will start taking his advice seriously. She defends herself by explaining that he had criticized Seung-jae for not taking her home the last time, but she is home safe now, thanks to him. They continue talking, and it feels like they are having a subtle argument. Even with the tension in their conversation, she can't help but smile. For some reason, just hearing his voice on the phone makes her feel relaxed, and soon enough, she is playfully joining in on their banter. When he points out how stubborn she is, she feels a warm rush of happiness. He says she is surprisingly twisted, and she grins, telling him it's funny coming from someone like him. Even though they seem to be just joking around, their light conversation helps ease the anxiety she has been feeling. As they keep going back and forth, she realizes how much she really needs this fun moment, especially after everything that has happened during the day. She sits on her couch, holding her phone as he keeps talking on the other end. He asks if she is home, and she replies that she wouldn't have been able to pick up the call if she wasn't. His next question seems to playfully accuse her, suggesting she makes it sound like she is cheating on Lee Seung-jae with him. She sighs and makes it clear that she is just being careful. There's no need for him to bring up such things, and she repeats that nothing good will come from anyone finding out about their relationship. Her words seem to surprise him, and he asks if she is ashamed of him. This confuses her, and she thinks about what he means. She finds him a bit challenging, but she calmly points out what could happen if their secret gets out. The risks are high, and even though she tries to stay composed, she can't shake the feeling that they are on dangerous ground. He tries to brush it off like it's not a big deal, but she can't believe how lightly he is taking it. She asks him how he can be so casual about everything, which makes him question why she sounds like she is threatening him. She reflects on how different things would be if she were with any other man. With him, however, he has much more to lose than she does. Still, both of them have a lot at stake, and despite her attempts to make this clear, he seems unconvinced. He casually responds that the issue is separate, which makes her think back to their time in his office. Hesitating to continue, she eventually recalls the moment when he touched her. She doesn't want to go into detail, but he bluntly brings it up himself. She accuses him of being shameless, but he simply questions her discomfort, reminding her that they crossed those boundaries long ago. There's a brief silence as she tries to gather her thoughts. He keeps pressing her, asking why she feels embarrassed, and she quickly replies that it's not embarrassment, but a dislike for the vulgar language he uses. He doesn't back down, explaining that it's all the same regardless of the words chosen. Whether it's getting intimate, engaging in certain activities, or finishing them, he believes it all leads to the same outcome. She retorts that there is still a need to maintain some dignity, which prompts him to tease her about her choice of words when describing their encounters. She wonders how they ended up having this kind of conversation again. It seems pointless to continue arguing, so she urges him to be more careful with his words. He attempts to defend himself, saying he has already cleaned up his language as much as possible because of her influence. She is skeptical and questions how that can be true. He insists that she hasn't noticed how much he has improved his speech, leaving her speechless. Reflecting on how he used to talk at the beginning, she admits to herself that he was much more explicit back then. Still, he has no filter, which he proves when he bluntly states that he is hot at that moment. She freezes in shock, wondering how he can say that so openly. He responds with a matter-of-fact explanation, saying he is simply filtering his words. She dismisses his claim, stating that he hasn't filtered anything at all. She asks why he is feeling this way, and he casually mentions that he gets excited easily. She rolls her eyes, insisting that she doesn't need to know how intense it is for him. His words seem to have no limits, and he continues, suggesting that she must be curious about his feelings now that he has shared them. She denies it, but he keeps teasing her, saying that she must realize the effect she has on him. She jumps up from the couch, feeling really frustrated with him. She wonders how someone like him can act so normal in public. He says it's not a problem as long as she doesn't get him all fired up. Her annoyance grows, and she points out that it doesn't seem like he can control himself at all. He brushes off her comment and says he just needs to relieve some tension. She sighs, feeling like there's no point in trying to reason with someone who is so inappropriate. Instead of getting offended, he encourages her to keep talking in that scornful way, which makes her curious about what he might do while she keeps speaking. Feeling frustrated, she throws her phone onto the couch. This conversation feels completely ridiculous, and she can't believe how quickly it has gotten out of hand. Mr. Quan, not bothered at all by her reaction, mentions that they might meet in the same place again. She responds sharply, saying she isn't a pervert like him. He jokes that if she gets there first, she should wait for him. She counters by pointing out that he is more likely to die first because he works himself too hard every day. He laughs and says he might actually live longer, because he takes care of himself by frequently relieving some tension. His words make her groan inside. How does he release that much tension? No, she thinks, she doesn't want to think about that anymore. He then accuses her of not taking care of herself and points out how poorly she eats. Miss Kim defends herself, saying that she usually eats well. He encourages her to eat more and gain some weight, which makes her feel like he is scolding her again. She argues that it's not like she has time to gain weight, and he suggests that it's because they are meeting too often. She denies that, explaining that it's really because of her work. Then he reminds her that she found time to eat earlier that day, and she slumps back on her couch in defeat. Suddenly, she hears the faint rustling of paper and realizes he is still working. That sound means he hasn't left his desk yet. It confuses her. Why does he take time out of his busy schedule to talk to her about silly things? What's even more confusing is why she feels a little excited every time he does. Lowering her gaze, she feels a bit unsure, but his voice on the phone pulls her back to reality. He tells her to eat properly, no matter who she's with. He says something is really wrong with her body. That statement surprises her. Really wrong? She doesn't think there's anything wrong with her body at all. Sure, there's nothing special about it, but it's not seriously wrong, unless, of course, he has only been with famous people before. Maybe he has, which would explain why he seems so bothered, but even then, he shouldn't have looked so shocked when he first saw her. Her fist tightens as she remembers how he came at her with that gross bottle. His voice pulls her back to the moment. He keeps talking, saying she is too skinny. Is that all he meant when he said something was wrong? A strange feeling of relief washes over her. How can she feel relieved by such a small comment? Clearing her throat, she warns him not to say things like that around others because they might tease him. His reply surprises her. He says she looks like she could be blown away by the wind. His sudden comment gives her goosebumps, and she wonders why he is saying all this. He admits that he just wants her to eat better. He adds that he didn't extend their lunch period to an hour and a half so she could buy a flimsy sandwich, but so she could eat a real meal. At that moment, she starts to think again. Did he really change their lunch schedule for her? The idea makes her feel funny. She rests her chin in her hands and wonders if she is just imagining things, or if he really made that change because of her. No, it can't be. There's no way. Even as she denies it in her mind, she suddenly feels like having a beer. She quickly grabs her coat and heads to the door, but then she stops, remembering his earlier advice not to go out late at night just to visit the convenience store. She drops her coat back onto the chair and thinks again. She has work tomorrow, so it's probably better not to drink tonight. As she paces in her room, she decides to stop overthinking and just go to bed. Her eyes drift to the window, and she notices her reflection in the glass. It didn't bother her before, but now the idea of going out alone at night makes her feel uneasy. She pulls the curtains closed, trying to block out her reflection, and a sense of dread starts to grow inside her. Suddenly, she hears his voice in her head, teasing her. Just a moment ago, she acted like she had nothing to be scared of. Is she really thinking about wandering around at this hour? That's when she snaps back to reality. There's no one behind her, no one is actually talking to her. It's just her imagination playing tricks. She shakes her head, realizing she needs to snap out of it, and just go to bed. Even though she knows he isn't there, his voice stays in her mind. For some reason, it makes her feel oddly calm. As she finally lies down in bed, she wonders if he will show up in her dreams and start lecturing her about being safe. Feeling exhausted, she closes her eyes and lets herself drift off to sleep. But outside, in the quiet of the night, someone stands in the shadows near her building, quietly watching her apartment from a distance. It's Friday the 13th, and at exactly 7:20 a.m., she slips on her shoes and steps outside. No one ever told her that a criminal, a crazy person, or an ex who can't move on wouldn't always wait until night to show up. She realizes this as she sees him standing right on her doorstep. It's Lee Sang-hoon, and she wonders how long he has been there. Was he lurking around while she casually chatted with Mr. Quan about random stuff? Or when she nervously looked out her window? Has he been there the whole time, staring through her front door while she sleeps peacefully, totally unaware that he is so close? She tightens her grip on her phone, and her blood runs cold at the thought. He casually greets her and asks if she slept well. She snaps back, demanding to know how he got in. He just smirks and shrugs off her question like it doesn't matter. He doesn't seem to care that she is furious about him being there. He even has the nerve to suggest that it's no big deal. But it matters to her. She needs to know how he managed to sneak in, because she has to give her landlord a good reason for ending her lease early. When he hears that she is planning to move, he sounds almost hurt. She tells him, yes, she is moving, and it is all because of him. But as she says this, she notices something odd about his voice. It sounds rough, cracked, and hoarse, almost like it doesn't belong to him. He doesn't sound like the man she once knew. It feels like she is talking to a complete stranger. She takes a deep breath, trying to act like it doesn't bother her, and steps closer to him. She is unsure how he will react if he senses her fear. As she gets closer, she catches a faint smell of alcohol coming from him. She tries to keep her voice steady and asks him how he got in since she never gave him the passcode for the entrance. He brushes her off, accusing her of never trusting him and blaming her for his desperate actions. He reaches out to grab her hand, but she smacks it away and demands to know how long he has been there. He looks down at his hand, as if thinking about her rejection, and then mutters that he has been waiting since last night. His fists clench as he tells her that he has missed her, but he didn't want to wake her up. So, he waited by the door. He tries to explain himself, saying he didn't want to bother her like he did before. Isn't that nice of him? She can't help but scoff at his twisted reasoning and asks if this is the first time he has pulled a stunt like this. His answer sends a chill down her spine. He leans closer, his eyes locked on hers, and demands that she praise him. He says he has been holding back his feelings, and has fought the urge to break in since last week. His confession sends a shiver down her back. She tries to keep calm and pushes him away, telling him to get off her while she is still being nice. But he only tightens his grip, and insists they go inside to talk. She says no, telling him that no one is letting him in, but he ignores her. He mutters something about already having access and smirks. Her bag slips from her hand, and she challenges him, asking what any of this has to do with her. He smiles in that unsettling way, and says no one else will take care of it. She snaps at him to get a grip, but deep down, she knows he isn't going to back down easily. In a moment of desperation, she asks if he wants to talk or if he just wants to be intimate. He admits he is being crazy, but begs her to let him do this just once. He suggests she take the day off, but she spits back at him, asking why she would waste a day for someone like him. Her thoughts swirl with anger and disbelief. How did she get caught up with him? Why did she spend 200 days in a relationship that was clearly toxic? But he won't stop. He keeps insisting that they can talk after spending time together. He says he has thought a lot about their relationship, and that all he wants is one more day. But she screams at him, reminding him that he is the one who ended things, not her. Yet, he won't accept that. He leans in, his voice low and almost threatening, and says he didn't mean it. Then he smirks, telling her to stop pretending and just get it over with. She feels the urge to run, but before she can move, he grabs her hand. He is determined to have things his way. He keeps pushing her to go inside, even demanding her emergency key. She struggles, trying to pull away and says she needs to get to work, but he brushes it off, saying their relationship is more important. Desperately, she suggests they meet after work, but he scoffs and accuses her of sleeping around with other people. His voice turns dark as he insults her, calling her names and revealing that he has been spying on her. He tells her he saw everything, and his face twists in anger. She can't believe how delusional he is. This fear isn't just about being hurt, it's something deeper, something more primal. She has no idea who she is dealing with anymore. Then, he yanks her bag from her and starts pulling out its contents, claiming he has been outside her apartment all weekend. He rants about how he has been worried, waiting, only to see her come back in a car worth 200 million won. Everything about him screams danger, and she knows she needs to escape, but every move she makes seems useless against his crazy determination. As he holds onto the key, a twisted smile spreads across his face while he starts sliding it into the lock. He can't help but make a bitter remark, showing his frustration. To him, money seems to change everything. He sneers as he talks about the fancy car that belongs to her CEO, making it sound like her morals are easy to change because of the man's wealth. It's almost as if he is disgusted with her for what he imagines happened between them. His voice is full of hate, as he calls her a derogatory name while grinning and showing his teeth. He presses the passkey hard against the door, going on about how she has fooled him all along. In his twisted thinking, he believes she has been waiting for the moment he would dump her, just so she could jump into someone else's arms. Even worse, he questions if she has been honest about working over the weekend. He implies she might have just been spending her time with that sleazy CEO instead, hopping into his bed. Each accusation makes his grip on her tighter as he drags her forward. His words are full of paranoia, as he recalls every time he has seen someone drop her off at her place. It feels like he has been watching her every move, imagining that every man in her life is just another name on some twisted list. With every step closer to her apartment, he tries to force her inside. His threats are getting more intense. He warns her about what the neighbors might see if she doesn't cooperate. She tries to break free, commanding him to let go of her, but he just keeps taunting her, telling her he knows she hates being humiliated. His fingers tighten around her, as he claims she is just pretending to be innocent. Then, he suddenly pauses, as if caught off guard. She pulls out her phone and holds it up to her ear. She softly calls out a name, someone on the other end, and it seems like she is talking to a friend. Her voice stays calm and steady as she explains the situation to the person on the line. He goes from being really angry to completely shocked when he realizes what she is doing. He reaches for the phone, but she doesn't flinch. Instead, she keeps talking to her friend, mentioning how she might have to go to the police station after this ordeal. She is still standing at the entrance of her apartment, calmly explaining where she is. The anger in him builds up like a raging fire. He suddenly lashes out and smacks the phone out of her hand with a lot of force. When the phone hits the ground, he looks at her with a mix of hatred and contempt. Then, he stomps on the phone, crushing it over and over under his feet. The screen cracks, and pieces fly everywhere with each stomp. He grumbles that she should have known better if she didn't want her phone to get destroyed. He blames her for everything happening, saying she has brought this all on herself. But she doesn't react the way he thinks she will. Instead, she jumps in with a calm and confident voice that seems to surprise him. With a smirk, she admits that she knew something like this might happen. She tells him she has been expecting this confrontation, which is why she took precautions. He stops and glares at her, trying to figure out what she means. Then she drops the big reveal. Her friend, the one she has been talking to, has been recording everything since the start. And it is that friend who has already called the police. Earlier that morning, she texts her friend Se-Jung a few times. It all starts when he messages her, asking if she wants to meet up this weekend. Nile, wanna meet up this weekend? Se-Jung asks in his text. Kim replies that she thinks she'll be free, and Se-Jung gets excited, saying they should go back to the place in Garasujul where they had an amazing meal last time. He ends the conversation with a happy sticker, making her smile. She texts back, telling him to hold on while she puts on her shoes. After acknowledging his message, she slips her phone into her pocket and puts on her shoes. When she steps outside, she sees Lee Sang-hoon. The sudden sight of him makes her feel tense, but she quickly reaches for her phone. It's still on, and her chat with Se-Jung is open. She tries to stay calm, thinking that there should be a call button if she presses the right spot. She taps it, and soon, the phone starts ringing. It worked, she thinks to herself, placing the phone on loudspeaker. Her goal now is to distract him and keep him from noticing what she is doing. Meanwhile, Se-Jung just finishes washing her hair when she notices her phone ringing. She picks it up, feeling curious and wondering if something important has happened. When she answers, the first thing she hears is a voice saying he has held himself back from breaking into Kim's house for a week now. She is shocked because she recognizes the voice, there's no doubt about it. It's Lee Sang-hoon. He has no idea she is listening to their conversation. Then, she hears him lash out, calling Kim a loose woman who only pretends to be innocent. She is stunned as she continues listening, realizing that something serious is going on. Meanwhile, Kim keeps her cool and asks Se-Jung if she is getting all of this. Se-Jung confirms she is and says she has recorded everything, asking if she should call the police. Kim agrees and says she knew this would happen. That's when Sang-hoon realizes something is off. He snatches the phone from her hand and breaks it right away. Kim turns to face him and reveals that her friend has recorded everything from the beginning. She tells him that even if he breaks her phone 100 times, it doesn't matter, because all the terrible things he has said are already saved. No matter what he does now, the police will be there soon. Sang-hoon, in disbelief, starts cursing her and calling her names, but she stands her ground. She tells him the only person who should feel ashamed is him, not her. With every word she says, Sang-hoon's face twists with anger, and then he strikes her. She stumbles back and hits the wall hard. As she wipes the blood off her lip, she tells him she won't hit him back, not even once. She wants him to know that people will see her as a victim of abuse by a man who can't even fight back. She plans to cry in front of the police and show them what a pathetic person he really is. He starts to panic, trying to explain his actions by calling it a lover's quarrel. But she firmly tells him that she never loved him, so it can't be a lover's quarrel. She declares that she will expose him to everyone at his workplace and show them every horrible message he has sent her. He begs her not to do it, but she cuts him off, saying that his work and career are about to be ruined. In the middle of their heated argument, the police show up. A female officer informs him that he is being charged with attempted rape and assault. He gets arrested right away, and his face turns pale with shock. The officer then looks at her and notices the tears rolling down her face. Gently, she asks if she is okay. She nods and apologizes for crying, but the officer reassures her that it's all right. As they walk away, she realizes she can't stop crying, but it's not from fear, it's from relief. She suddenly stops and apologizes to the officer for her broken phone. She asks to borrow the officer's phone. The officer hands it over, thinking she is going to call her family, but Kim dials her workplace instead. She talks to someone in HR and calmly explains that she can't come into the office today because of an urgent matter. After she hangs up, the officer starts guiding her toward the police station, telling her that she can now speak to the officer assigned to her case. Kim, still tearful, walks beside her, knowing that this confrontation is just the beginning of what is going to happen next. She sits at the police station, feeling tense, but trying to keep her voice steady as she gives her statement. The officer across from her looks down at the papers in his hand. He starts by explaining that her claim of attempted rape is not easy to charge. He asks if she expected this kind of outcome. Confused but determined, she insists that her claim is true, he really tried to rape her. The officer replies that the situation isn't as simple as she thinks. He seems skeptical, even when she tells him that her friend recorded the man's intentions. The officer asks her more questions, saying that just because someone mentions such things doesn't mean they can be charged with attempted rape. He points out that she and the man were in a relationship until recently. From his perspective, it sounds more like the man is trying to ask for her consent. Kim's frustration grows as she struggles to understand why the officer doesn't seem urgent about the situation. She explains that the man tried to drag her by force and hit her when she resisted. The officer acknowledges that hitting her is wrong, but he emphasizes that the law operates based on what actually happened. Since she wasn't raped, he tells her there isn't much they can do. She clenches her fists, trying hard to control her anger. She tells the officer how the man rubbed his erection against her body, expecting him to see it as a serious offense. But the officer seems almost dismissive, calling it minor sexual harassment. She questions how he can be so sure that the man wasn't trying to intimidate her, and had no intention of going further. The officer attempts to reassure her, saying he understands how she feels, but he can't offer much assistance since the incident didn't escalate, as she feared it would. She interrupts him, reminding him that her friend calling the police was what saved her. If they hadn't arrived, the man would have dragged her inside and assaulted her. Despite her efforts, the officer remains firm. He reiterates that since the act didn't actually occur, they can't treat it as if it did. Kim feels stunned and speechless for a moment. Finally, she asks if that means they can only help her after she has been raped. The officer seems caught off guard, fumbling to respond. He explains that she is putting him in a difficult position. He then tries to shift the conversation, suggesting that her best option is to settle for a minor punishment for the assault charge. The officer then suggests that she should think about settling the matter outside of court, and getting proper compensation. Her expression becomes hard as she states that she is not doing this for money. She reminds the officer that the man not only assaulted her but also stalked her. However, the officer quickly dismisses her stalking claim, saying that since the man didn't break into her home, it is just a minor offense. He adds that recent changes in the law have not made it easier to charge someone for stalking. She feels frustrated as he minimizes her entire experience to just fines and settlement options. He even suggests that she should try to get as much compensation money as possible because, in his opinion, that is all she can expect. She is still trying to process his words and replies that she would not consider any money to be real compensation if it means pretending the man wasn't trying to rape her. The officer leans back in his chair, trying to reason with her. He says that he understands she might hate the man now, but she had dated him in the past. His suggestion is that if the man gets a criminal record, it will affect him for the rest of his life. Kim, her voice filled with determination, makes it clear that she wants the man to have that criminal record because his actions deserve it. But the officer doesn't relent. He continues to bring up the fact that she and the man had once been in a relationship. Her patience snaps. She warns him that if he mentions her past relationship with the man again, she will file a formal complaint against him. The officer quickly apologizes and tries to downplay the situation. As she looks down at the table, she feels exhausted by the entire ordeal. She is visibly injured, yet she feels like she has to convince the officer that she was almost raped. She realizes she is alone in this, feeling isolated despite being surrounded by people who should be helping her. At that moment, she feels a gentle hand resting on her shoulder. She turns slowly and is surprised to see Mr. Quan standing behind her. His presence is a stark contrast to the cold treatment she just received from the officer. Mr. Quan's lawyer extends his hand toward the officer and formally introduces himself. She can only stare, still trying to process how they arrived there. A flashback unfolds, showing how Mr. Quan ends up at the police station. After Kim tells her company that she will be off work for the day, the news eventually reaches Mr. Quan. He sits in his office when an employee, looking uncomfortable, tells him that Kim has gone to the police station because of something involving her ex-boyfriend. Although Kim has asked the employee not to share too many details, Mr. Quan's reaction is instant and intense. He demands to know what happened, getting angrier with each unclear answer. When the employee hesitates, unsure of how to respond, Mr. Quan shouts, pushing him to admit that her ex showed up at her door. Mr. Quan's face darkens, and his expression becomes menacing. He grabs his coat and storms out of the office. Everyone around watches in shocked silence as he rushes through the hallways. He orders the employee to find out the police station's location and get Kim's contact details. Seung-jae suddenly appears, looking relieved to see the man rushing down the hallway. He quickly approaches him, calling for his attention. The man, however, barely looks his way, too focused on what he is doing. Seung-jae tries to speak, keeping his voice steady as he says he has been looking for him, but the man, not wanting to be delayed, brushes off his concern and waves him away, his words sharp as he signals for him to move aside. Seung-jae doesn't budge, insisting it will only take a minute. There is a sense of urgency in his voice as he mentions that Nile is missing. She hasn't come to work and hasn't told anyone that she is taking the day off. This isn't like her at all, and it's clear that Seung-jae is worried. Just as the man seems ready to reply, another figure strides toward them with determination. Mr. Quan storms past, his face serious and grim. He brushes against the man and demands, in a cold tone, that they get out of his way. Both Seung-jae and the man instinctively move to the side, the force of Mr. Quan's presence making them shift almost without thinking. For a moment, they stand stunned, trying to process what just happened. Seung-jae turns to the man beside him and asks in disbelief if the CEO really just cussed at him. He repeats the question to himself, placing a hand on his head, clearly confused. He wonders aloud why Mr. Quan used such harsh words. Was he really blocking his path? There had been plenty of space for him to walk around, so why did he react like that? The man, still in a rush, doesn't give an answer. He just nods quickly and vaguely promises to talk later before he hurries away, leaving Seung-jae standing there, still confused. Meanwhile, the man jumps back into his car and speeds through the streets, his mind focused on getting to the police station. He thinks about the whole conversation they just had, and it feels like a quick flashback, reminding him of how he found her. When he arrives at the police station, he has his lawyer with him. They step forward and approach her. As they walk in, she is sitting down and glances back at him. Her expression shows a mix of shock and confusion. Mr. Quan stands firm beside his lawyer, keeping his posture strong, as he prepares to address the situation. Mr. Quan tells her she doesn't need to stay here anymore. As she's thinking about his words, he squeezes her shoulders and says they should leave. His lawyer starts talking about how Miss Kim wants to press charges instead of settling and suggests they go ahead with it. He mentions they are planning a civil lawsuit against Lee too. While the lawyer keeps talking, Mr. Quan walks over to Lee just as he's about to leave with Nile. He says a few words to him and then walks back. She immediately asks what he said, and he calmly replies that he told Lee to look forward to the trial. She narrows her eyes, not convinced, and pushes further. He admits he also told Lee he'd castrate him. She's stunned and asks if he's joking, but his tone doesn't sound playful. She wonders how much of the conversation he heard earlier, but instead of waiting for his answer, she suddenly changes course and asks why he's here, and how he even knew where to find her. He explains he didn't hear much, and says he wants to hear her side of things if she's ready to talk. However, he notices she seems shaken and suggests she tell him later when she feels better. He reassures her there's no rush because they have time. She insists she's fine and there's not much to tell. Before she can say more, he cuts her off and asks what she means by fine. She hesitates but agrees, glancing down at the bruises on her face. She says she might not look okay, but the situation isn't as bad as it seems. That makes him ask what she thinks he's assuming, and she brings up how he's always talking about terrible stories on the news. He wonders if she's trying to say this isn't serious enough for the news, and as she thinks about it, she silently agrees. She remembers the officer telling her that taking this to court won't go far, because the judges won't treat it like a serious case. She decides they'll probably see it as a small issue. Mr. Quan doesn't seem to agree, though, and says pressing charges isn't as simple as she thinks. He mentions needing hard evidence and points out that all she might get is a settlement for the assault, and even then, it won't be much of a fine. He seems frustrated that she already knows this. She doesn't want him to react this way, but suddenly his tone shifts. He looks at her with anger and questions why she's setting such a low bar for what's okay. She's caught off guard and tries to ask what he means, but he doesn't let her finish. He asks why she doesn't see being hit by a man and getting her lips busted as a bigger deal. She hesitates, and he reminds her that she's the one who said Lee is guilty of assault and harassment. His voice rises slightly as he brings up her ex, saying those are the same things he did. He repeats her words about rather being dead than settling and throws in how she called Lee a piece of trash. He seems like he's about to say something else, but stops abruptly. His eyes lock onto hers, and he grabs her shoulder tightly, holding back the rest of his thoughts. He tells her he's sorry, and as tears roll down her face, she asks him why he's apologizing, and what he could possibly be sorry for. He says it's all his fault, apologizes again, and begs her not to cry. She shakes her head, saying she's sorry, too, but she can't stop crying no matter how hard she tries. He watches her for a moment, then pulls her into a hug. His voice is soft as he tells her it's okay to cry, that she should let it all out until she doesn't feel like crying anymore. He apologizes for not getting there sooner, and the weight in his tone makes her heart ache. After some time, she finally pulls back, wiping her tears, and tells him she's okay now. He doesn't look convinced and says he doesn't believe her when she says that anymore. She insists she's not lying and really means it this time. In her mind, she can't help but think about how good he is at everything. Even though his way of comforting her feels awkward, it's somehow the most soothing thing she's ever felt. It's strange how safe she feels right now, and she wonders if it's because, to her, everything he does feels special. She laughs a little inside, finding it funny that she's admitting this to herself so casually now. She straightens up, thanks him softly, and bows her head just a bit, telling him it's all thanks to him that she feels better. Then she hesitates, admitting she has no idea how he even knew where to find her. Hyung-wook's face suddenly flashes in her mind, and she remembers him saying her secrets were safe with him. It clicks, he must have told Mr. Quan everything. She sighs, realizing it's her fault for trusting one of his people. Looking at him again, she notices his shirt is stained and soaked from her tears. She knows it's probably ridiculously expensive, and she feels bad about it. A few hours ago, the thought of him finding out what happened felt terrifying, but now she doesn't care anymore. Instead, she's calm, even clear-headed enough to worry about his shirt. She takes a small step back, thanks him again, and tells him she's ready to leave now. With him by her side, she feels like she can finally focus on punishing Lee Sang-hoon. She wants to do everything possible to make his life miserable. But as they stand there, he suddenly mentions how easy it was for him to get here. He says if she had the sense to call Lee Hyung-wook and tell him she was taking the day off, she should have called him instead. He shakes his head, saying she didn't ask for his help or tell him to come get her, and he just can't understand why. His tone is sharp, and she can tell he's upset, though she's not sure why. He repeats that she's hard to figure out, and then he adds, almost bitterly, that he feels so stupid whenever he looks at her these days. She steps closer, confused, as he keeps going. He says it feels like she's made him lose his last brain cell, and she gives him a small pat on his arm. She thinks to herself that sometimes she feels the same way around him, but she still doesn't really get what he means. She wonders why he would feel stupid because of her. That's when he tells her that just standing here in front of her feels ridiculous. He explains that he forced Lee Hyung-wook to tell him everything, even though she was clearly trying to keep it from him. He says he came running all the way here even though she was desperate to keep him in the dark. She starts to protest, but he cuts her off, saying that despite everything, he's still standing here. He goes on, pointing out that he knows she didn't want him to find out about this, yet he chased her down like a stalker. He admits that he's acted like he's different from her ex, but in the end, he stuck his nose in her business without her even asking for help. He questions if he's really any better than that. She's stunned into silence, unable to believe that someone like Mr. Quan is putting himself down like this. She doesn't know what to say, and he notices. He gives her a small, almost sad smile, glances at her one last time, and then turns and walks away. She never thought she'd hear him compare himself to Lee Sang-hoon, or say something about chasing her like that. That couldn't be further from the truth. Walking behind him, she asks why he's comparing himself to her ex, and he says it's because, after everything that happened, he doesn't think they are all that different. His words make her pause. She thinks about how he only has a vague idea of what went on and what Lee Sang-hoon tried to do to her. He doesn't know the full details, so she figures that must be why he's acting this way. But still, the only way to clear this up is to explain what happened, and the thought feels unfair to her. Finally, she tells him that when she said she didn't want him to find out, she didn't mean it the way he's thinking. He looks over his shoulder and asks why, then, did she tell Lee Hyung-wook if she was trying to keep it secret? She admits it's because it's embarrassing. His expression shifts, and he says he's the guy she caught in his office. What could she possibly have to be embarrassed about in front of him? She shakes her head and tells him that's not the same thing at all. That and this are completely different. At least, that's how she feels, strange as it sounds. She opens her mouth, about to say something else, but stops herself. It's not like the two of them have the kind of relationship where they can just convince each other to let things go whenever something goes wrong. She watches him for a moment and wonders why he keeps making that face. It's frustrating. He keeps giving her hope, keeps making her read into every little thing he does, and she hates that it's working on her again. As she pulls her seatbelt, she says she's thinking about heading to the office. He reminds her that she already took the day off, but she explains that she forgot her draft is due today, and since it's Friday, she can't afford to delay it until Monday. He tells her not to worry about it, but she insists she just wants to finish it quickly and leave because she has another deadline on Monday. If she waits, she'll end up in trouble. He tells her she can just work on it over the weekend, that it's not something she should be stressing over right now. She admits she's still worried. He sighs and tells her he's the one reviewing the draft anyway, so there's no rush. He repeats that she can wrap it up over the weekend and that it's fine. She says he doesn't have to go easy on her, that she really feels fine now, but he says he's not going easy, he just knows she doesn't need to spend too much time on it. Her work is good, even when she doesn't try too hard. She looks at him, surprised, and asks if he's serious. He nods and says if her work wasn't good, he wouldn't be paying her as much as he does. She thinks to herself that it's the highest compliment she's ever gotten from him, though he says it so casually. He adds that no matter what, he's not taking her to the office, even if she keeps looking at him like that. She quickly says she's not trying to give him any particular look and tells him she'll send the draft to him over the weekend. He says that's fine, but she still asks if he can just drive to the office for now since he must have a lot of work waiting for him. She even asks if he doesn't. He brushes it off, saying it's none of her business, but she insists, explaining she has something she needs to handle. She was supposed to give Seung-jae some files from her bag today, so she'll just drop them off and leave. Without missing a beat, he tells her to toss the files in the backseat, saying he'll hand them over to Seung-jae later. They pull up to the street in front of her apartment, and she thinks to herself how fast the ride felt. Before she can say anything, Mr. Quan tells her to go pack her essentials. She stares at him, confused, and asks what he means, but he ignores her question and asks if there's an elevator in her building. She asks why he wants to know, and he calmly says that if there isn't one, he'll help her carry her things, but if there is, she can just grab her stuff and come out. She shakes her head and tells him to hold on because she doesn't understand what he's saying. He doesn't hesitate to tell her that she's coming over to his place. She blinks at him in shock and asks why, but he simply reminds her that she's planning to move out of her apartment anyway. She tries to object, saying no, but he waves it off and tells her again to pack her things and come out. She says she still doesn't understand why he's saying this, and that's when he drops it. He tells her they should date. Her brain freezes, and before she can react, he adds that he wants her to unconvince him. He tells her they should inconvenience each other from now on. She just stares at him, speechless. He gets out of the car, walks around, opens her door, and asks if she's getting out. When she doesn't move, he asks if she's still too scared to go up to her apartment, after what happened this morning. She doesn't answer, which makes him ask again if she's okay. She finally says she's fine, then immediately changes her mind and says no, she's not fine. Her thoughts are spinning, and she questions herself, wondering what on earth she just heard. He leans in slightly, which feels way too close, and calmly says it looks like she's still not feeling well. She can't believe how calm he is, and it feels almost absurd. She turns to him and asks if he even realizes what he just said. He nods and says he asked if she was okay. She shakes her head and says she's talking about what he said before that. He seems unfazed and asks if she means about her being scared or uncomfortable to go to her apartment. He tells her whatever it is, she should just let him know, and he'll go up and grab her things for her. She grabs his shirt and says no, she means what he said before that. He pauses and then casually asks if she means the part about them dating. He suggests they can talk about it while heading up to pack her things. She stares at him, stunned, thinking about his suggestion. She can't believe how calm he is. Who in the world wants to have a conversation like that while climbing stairs and packing bags? She asks if he even realizes what he just proposed, and he looks at her like she's the one being unreasonable. He says he's not so stupid that he'd forget what he said a few minutes ago and adds that, yes, he knows exactly what he's doing. She stares at him, trying to make sense of his words, and asks what on earth he was thinking when he said that. He shrugs and says the only way she'll feel free to inconvenience him is if they are dating. Then he asks if he's wrong. Her jaw drops, and she tells him to excuse her, because what kind of reasoning is that? He replies it's exactly what it sounds like. She demands to know why he's suddenly offering to date her, but before he can answer, he slams the car door shut as a car passes by. She glares at him, wondering if this whole thing is some kind of joke to him. Is dating her that unimportant? Why bring it up here, in the middle of the street, standing next to his car like it's no big deal? He opens the door again and tells her to either get out or decide to continue this talk while sitting in the car, but they are not doing this here in the street. She stays silent, and he casually says they can discuss it on the way up, or after she's packed her things and brought them down. He asks her what she prefers, like it's the most normal conversation ever. She snaps that she doesn't know how she's supposed to pack anything after what he just said. She adds that the whole situation feels completely backwards, like they are doing everything out of order. He just sighs and says they can loiter around outside all day if that's what she wants. Frustrated, she gets out of the car, slamming the door behind her, and storms toward her apartment building. She doesn't even look back, but she can hear his footsteps following her. Every sound he makes, from the way he walks to the way he breathes, grates on her nerves, and she mutters to herself that everything about him right now is utterly infuriating. She remembers all the times she told herself not to get attached, how she worried about liking him too much and getting the wrong idea. She thought about what it would mean if she wanted more, if she became a burden to someone who clearly hates being inconvenienced. It was always this fear, that she'd fall for him and he wouldn't feel the same way. And yet, she realizes she's been agonizing over this all on her own. As he walks behind her, he says she's hard to understand, and it stings. She clenches her fists, holding back a bitter laugh, thinking he has no idea how much effort it takes to be this hard to read. She presses the elevator button, and the doors slide open. Without a word, she steps in and slams the door shut, leaving him outside. Alone in the elevator, she leans against the wall, trying to make sense of why she feels so angry. Is it what he said? Or is it everything else she's been holding back? She asks herself why it matters so much, but the answer feels too complicated to admit. She recalls a night not too long ago, when she stayed up late after a call with him, unable to sleep. Even though it was just his voice on the other end of the line, it had this strange way of making her feel safe, like he was actually there. That's what scares her the most, how easily he makes her feel okay. A knock on the elevator door pulls her out of her thoughts. His voice comes through, asking if she's all right. She opens the door and looks at him, and before she can stop herself, she asks if he likes her. He hesitates, caught off guard, and that's all the answer she needs. She tells him that if this is just a whim, she doesn't want it. She explains that what they had was fine, it was fun and different, something new for her. She admits it was her first time fooling around with someone she wasn't even dating, something she never thought she'd do, and it made her feel less uptight, less boring. But that's where it ends. She doesn't want this to turn into something where he has the upper hand, where he has that kind of power over her. That's not what she wants. He asks her what she means, and she tells him she's talking about how he's been trying to get into her head ever since they left his car. He's been acting on a whim, just because he felt like it, so she says she's going to pretend she didn't hear any of it. She goes on to tell him that she was already planning to go to the realtor and move out as soon as possible, but thanks him for his concern. She even says that it's surprising he seems like a real human now, since she never thought he'd have pity for someone, but judging by how he's acting now. She doesn't finish her thought. Before she can, he grabs her hand for a moment, then lets it go and says it wasn't something he did on a whim, and it wasn't out of pity either. She asks him to keep going, wondering why he stopped, and after a short pause, he finally says they should just say that he likes her. She raises an eyebrow, frustrated, and tells him it shouldn't be so hard to say. She calls the whole thing ridiculous, and he finally just says it, he likes her. She pauses, then asks if it's a joke. She tells him she feels like she's just a toy to him, that he's just messing with her. She's had enough of him making her feel like this, and says that this is where she draws the line. But he just says again that he likes her, and she looks up at him, noticing his ears are red. She asks why his ears are so red, and he tells her to shut up, which surprises her. They stand there in silence for a moment, and she stammers out that she's going to go get her things. He says it's fine, and she walks into the elevator. 10 minutes later, she's back with her things. She tries to explain that the bag isn't heavy, but he grabs it from her before she can say more. She feels shy about it but thanks him. He asks if she's really on board with this, and she thinks about the words on board. To her, it sounds like they are working on some project together. She realizes how silly the whole thing is, and that they've been taking it seriously for way too long. She laughs quietly as she takes a sip of tea. It all feels strange, and she can't believe it's all happened in one day. She thinks about how every time Sang-hoon does something, Mr. Kwon always follows up with something else, and it feels like this endless loop. She imagines the worst possible scenario where she tells Sang-hoon to let go of her, but he refuses, saying he won't ever let go of her again, not even in a million years. Meanwhile, Mr. Kwon holds her hand and makes it clear to Sang-hoon that they've made their relationship obvious, and it looks exactly like it seems, leaving her feeling frustrated. Earlier, she was terrified about Mr. Kwon finding out what happened, but now it doesn't bother her at all. She realizes that she was able to think clearly enough to worry about his shirt, and she's grateful for him. She hasn't even had the time to feel bad about what's happened to her. She wonders if it's all because of the incident with Sang-hoon, but she also notices that Mr. Kwon hasn't tried to get too close to her, not even trying to touch her. This is right after they awkwardly decided to start dating, and she finds herself wondering how being alone with him, without work or intimacy involved, could feel so awkward. She admits that the last time she stayed at his place, they got busy the moment she opened her eyes, but now they haven't been doing that stuff, and she keeps thinking about him. She mutters, thanks to that. Then, on second thought, she wonders if she should have gone to the realtor instead. Just as she's thinking this, Mr. Kwon walks up to her and asks if this is where she's hiding. She wonders why he has to show up just when she's having these thoughts. It seems like he's been looking for her for a while, and she wonders how big his place is if he has to search for her like this. He hands her a bag, and she asks what it is. He tells her to open it. She takes the box out of the bag, wondering what could be inside. She opens it and sees a phone. Mr. Kwon tells her she can put her SIM card in the phone and activate it. She wonders if he went out earlier in the morning to buy it. Then, she asks how much she owes him because she can't just accept a phone for free, especially since it looks like the latest model. He tells her that if he wanted her to pay, he would have asked her if she wanted it first. She replies that he should have asked, but since he already bought it, she admits she needed a new phone anyway. She figures he must have paid a lot for it, since it's probably expensive. But he insists that she doesn't need to pay for something he decided to buy for her. She still insists because the phone is hers and she's going to be the one using it. He says it's not the model she wanted, though, and she tells him she actually did want to buy this model when she had extra money, but she didn't want it enough to actually buy it. He tells her it seems like she doesn't have money to spare. His words hit her harder than she expected, and she quietly accepts, but still shouts that she can't accept something this expensive. He tells her it doesn't matter to him if she pays him back or not. She tells him that it matters to her, while she's trying to explain why he should take her money, saying that if it won't make a difference either way, he can just accept it. He kisses her on the lips. She stares at him, wanting to ask him why he did that. He kisses her again, and says she should keep talking if she wants him to keep going. He steps back, then asks if she's had breakfast yet. She realizes she needs to get out of there as she wipes her lips. He asks what she wants, rice or bread. She tells him she'll take anything, but he tells her to pick one. She says bread, and he nods, walking away. He turns back and says she should probably change her number. She replies that she was planning to, and she'll do it while she's out looking for apartments. He's surprised and asks if she's really going to look for apartments today. She says yes, she needs to move, so she figured she'd take care of it today. He suggests that she should take care of it next week, but she tells him she can handle it on her own because she doesn't want to trouble him anymore. He says it doesn't matter to him, but he just wants her to rest, at least for now. She thinks he seems satisfied with that. Everything about this feels strange to her, nothing feels familiar or natural, not even the way she's feeling. She wonders if they really are dating now. There's so much going through her mind. She thinks that someone might think she's never been in a relationship before, but it's true in a way. She's never been close enough to someone to just come and go from their place freely. It's all new to her. He asks if she wants coffee, and she tells him she's trying to cut down on coffee. He says he has decaf too, and she agrees to have that. She thinks about doing the dishes while he makes the coffee, but just as she picks them up, he takes them away from her. She tells him she can do the dishes, but he walks away with them and tells her to just go watch TV while he brings the coffee. She says it will make her feel bad, but he says he's not doing it so she can relax. It's because he doesn't trust her dishwashing skills. She tells him she can do the dishes just fine, but he ignores her. In her mind, she thinks that most men would say they'll do the housework, but he's actually doing it. She also thinks that no one would ever guess he confessed his feelings for her just yesterday. She thinks about him telling her to go watch TV, but the TV wasn't even plugged in yesterday. Last night, he told her he hadn't turned on the TV once since he moved in, and she asked him what else he does at home. As soon as she asked, she realized the truth. He's so busy with work that he doesn't have time to do anything at home. But even though he's been so busy, he hasn't checked his phone for work in the past 2 days. She thinks that must have been his way of being considerate, but she can't say that he's being indifferent. She thinks his name in her head, and then she tells herself that far from being indifferent, he's actually being inconsiderate in so many ways. That's clear to her. On the TV, someone is explaining how to prepare a dish. They say the leek should be chopped into large pieces, then start making the broth, and to quarter the carrots and onions. But what really confuses her is when he suddenly asks if she didn't say she was full. She wonders when he got there since he didn't make a sound. She tells him that the sofa is wide, so he doesn't need to sit so close to her. He just says oh and moves away, but now she thinks he's sitting too far away. She wonders if he thinks she has some kind of trauma that doesn't even exist. He asks if they should make the dish from the TV for dinner. She asks if he knows how to make it, and he says he's never tried to make it. She replies that it seems easy to make, while also wondering if there's anything that doesn't come easily to him. His words about her being hard to understand pop into her mind, and she remembers what he said earlier. She starts to think about how exactly she's hard to understand when she acts so simple in front of him. He watches her as she clings to the pillow and realizes she isn't even watching the TV. So, he asks if there's anything she wants to watch. She exclaims, oh, and he suggests they watch a movie. She thinks it might help take her mind off things, so he hands her the remote control and tells her she can choose whatever she wants. She asks if she can pick a new movie, and he wonders why she's asking. She explains it's because new movies cost extra. She immediately wonders if she sounds cheap. He takes the remote back and changes the channel. Then he tells her that from now on, she should just pick whatever she wants to watch without worrying about the cost. His words make her heart race, and she starts to feel strange. He hands her the remote again and says here. She thinks it feels like he just offered to buy her all the clothes she wanted from a store, like in a drama. She feels embarrassed by the situation and mumbles that she isn't going to stay here much longer. He just hums in response. She wonders what movie he turned on and then realizes it's Our Love, Confession, Youth, and Marriage. She notices that the movie has only 2.5 stars. She questions who would pay to watch something like this. Then she tells him she didn't think he would pick a movie like that, and he says it was the first one on the list. She tells him it doesn't seem like his type of movie, and he agrees, saying he hates movies like that. She says she knew it, and he asks if she likes movies like that. She says not at all, and he confirms. She wonders why he looks so pleased with her answer. He raises the remote to change the channel, but she tells him it's okay to watch it. He asks why he shouldn't, since they both hate it, and she insists it's fine, that they shouldn't waste his money on it. He tells her that wasting their time on the movie would be worse, but she insists it might get better as they watch it. In the movie, the bride says she loves the groom, and he says he loves her too, that she's the one he loves most in the world, then adds in the whole galaxy as they kiss. Both Nile and Mr. Quan feel awkward watching it. In her head, Nile thinks that watching this movie was a total waste of time. She turns to him and asks if he's ever thought about getting married. He says no, then asks her the same thing, and she replies not yet. He says that's good, and she wonders what he means by that. She asks if his family ever nags him about marriage, and he tells her they gave up on him the moment he moved out, so not really. She thinks to herself that he doesn't seem like the kind of son anyone would want to live with, and he adds that she understood them right away. He then asks if her family does the same. She says her mom doesn't nag her about it, but her relatives have been for a few years now. She says they are really nosy, always telling her that women need to get married within a certain time frame, and then she wonders if that's funny. He tells her not to pay attention to them, and she says she doesn't. She was so annoyed once that she told them she would never get married. Then she tells him what her uncle said, that women like her are always the first to get married, and she's so sick of hearing it. He tells her she should ask her uncle a question, and she asks what. He says she should ask him when he's going to get divorced. She looks at him in disbelief, and he tells her that her uncle will probably say he won't get divorced, and then she can politely tell him that people like him are always the first to get divorced, and he'll stop talking. She thinks to herself that she knew he was a crazy man. Then she says out loud that she can see why his family gave up on trying to tell him what to do. He agrees, saying that they hate it when he opens his mouth. But she tells him that his parents must still be proud of him. She says they might not show it, but they probably expect a lot from him, like getting married. He hands her a glass, but she turns it down. She continues, saying that he's accomplished a lot on his own, so even if they don't say it, they probably think he's done well. He cuts in, saying that's not the case. In their eyes, he's just a bad son who went astray. She's confused and asks what he means by astray. He tells her that he knows he's not the kind of son they think is good, at least not in their eyes. Then he tells her they should leave that topic and asks why she doesn't tell him more about herself. She asks what he wants to know. He says she can tell him about her parents, her family, or even small, less important things about herself. She wonders if he's really interested in that stuff, if that's what he actually wants to know. He says he's curious, and she tells him that nothing she could say will be that interesting or important. He reassures her that it will be, as long as it's about her. She thinks he's just saying that to be nice, but she figures it will be obvious if he gets bored. It feels kind of embarrassing. She asks what he plans to do with all that information, and he says he's sure he'll find a way to use it. She wonders where to start, and he tells her to pick something she feels comfortable sharing. She decides to begin with her family. She tells him that both of her parents are regular government workers, and they are in very good health. Every weekend, they travel around and hike in the mountains because that's what they enjoy doing. He asks why she doesn't exercise, and she says it's because she works every day now. She adds, thanks to someone. He explains that he always leaves the office later than her, but he still manages to work out 4 times a week. She tells him that he isn't human, but she is, and he responds that she's making excuses. She tells him to wait a minute, saying she's not making excuses. Then he says if she wants to improve herself, she should take the next step instead of making excuses. She replies that she never said she wants to improve herself, she just wants to rest when she's not working, and when she's resting, she wants to lie down. He says he likes it when she lies down too. She stays quiet, and he tells her to keep talking, that he's listening. She then says that her parents are happily married, and don't really care about what their kids are doing. They are too busy being affectionate with each other. She used to think that getting married wouldn't be so bad if she could live like them, but now she's not sure she could live like her parents. She tells him that, for her, she's the most important person in her life. He says and she continues, saying that she's hesitant about getting married. She adds that she's pretty sure most men won't do the dishes or help around the house without being told, like her dad does, or be affectionate with their wives when they get older. She remembers her aunt saying she was right about that guys like her dad are rare, and that she wouldn't get married unless she found someone like him. She also talks about her older sister, who said she would rather stay single than settle for anything less. After that, their relatives gave up on her sister and started nagging her instead, which is a real pain. He then asks if she has an older sister. She says yes, and she also has a younger brother. She adds that her brother is a troublemaker, but is serving in the military now, so at least she doesn't have to worry about him. She says it's a miracle that he even got into college because they thought he would mess up his life, but he adds that her brother will get his act together by the time he's out of the military. She tells him that her parents had her sister first, then her, and then her brother, as he can probably guess. They really wanted a son, and once they got him, they spoiled him. Her parents were happy with just her and her sister, but her grandmother kept insisting that they needed a son. She then asks if he's bored listening to all this, and he says no, he actually likes hearing about her family. She pauses for a second, wondering if he's the same Mr. Quan she knows. He laughs. Then she asks when he started liking her. He suddenly stands up and walks away. Surprised, she asks why he got up so suddenly, then notices his red ears and says, "No way." She puts the glass down on the table and says, "Come on, Mr. Quan," and asks again when he started liking her. Since he doesn't answer, she walks up to him, telling him to stop acting cute because it doesn't suit him. As she stretches out her hand to reach him, he grabs it. She says he can just tell her when it was. Instead, he pulls her closer and kisses her. They both stare at each other with their fingers locked together, and she asks if it could be that he's liked her for a long time. She asks if he's acting embarrassed. After a kiss, he starts walking away, and she wonders what that's about. She starts to think that maybe he really has liked her for a long time, but she still feels like he's embarrassed, and she wonders if he thinks it's bad. She wonders why the Mr. Quan she knows looks so cute in her eyes, and then admits that something must really be wrong with her. She walks up to him, telling him not to run away, but to tell her the truth. She asks the same question he's been avoiding. This time, when he grabs her, she giggles and asks what exactly he's so embarrassed about. She remembers how she didn't want to be close to him the other day, but wonders why it feels okay now. She admits to herself that being with Mr. Quan gives her comfort, because she can tell he really cares about her, even if he's not completely open about his feelings. She trusts him. When it comes to being intimate with her, he stops, and when she asks why, he explains that after what happened to her yesterday, he's not sure if it's the right thing to do. She reminds him that she said it's okay. She thinks about how he's usually so confident, but today he's acting surprisingly hesitant. She wonders if he's going to ask her again if she's okay with this, like they are in the middle of a business meeting, but she figures that would be a little embarrassing. Instead, he explains that it's because she cried because of what Sang-hoon did to her, and that's why he's hesitating. He says he's starting to wonder if he's really any different from him, and he thinks maybe he isn't. She understands what he's worried about, and she can't help but feel happy that he's concerned about her. She realizes that the fact it makes her happy is a little strange. He tells her to stop acting like that so he doesn't get the wrong idea, but she reassures him that he isn't. He pulls her closer and says he doesn't think he can hold back anymore, and she tells him that he doesn't have to. They get intimate. Mr. Quan scrolls through his phone, reading a message from Mr. Shin Kyeolman. The message says that Mr. Lee Sang-hoon is refusing to settle, but a few changes should fix the problem. He replies that he understands and thanks him for the update. He then tells him he'll keep him posted later. He looks over at Nile, his mind going back to her question about when he started liking her, and if it's possible that he's liked her for a long time. He thinks about a dream he had, where she said she really liked him. After waking up from that dream, he couldn't believe what had happened. 2 years ago, it was 4:14 a.m., when he thought to himself that he must be out of his mind. It was 2 days after Nile joined the company. He remembers thinking, "Snap out of it, you pervert." He had a dream about her, and the first memory he had of her was when he saw her portfolio. It came from a client who recommended her highly. Kim Nile, 27 years old, graduated from a top art school in Seoul, majoring in web design, and applying for her 6th job. The client praised her work, and even though the editorial design team was already full, things changed when 2 designers got married within a few months. One of them had been there for 2 months, and the other for 3. At a company dinner, someone asked the first one if she was already thinking about having a baby. They said it was pretty quick, but she replied that she was getting older, and it felt like the right time. The other lady agreed and said the same about herself. After that dinner, Mr. Quan heard about their plans to have kids. There's no telling when the editorial designers might go on maternity leave, so Mr. Quan figures it's a good idea to review Nile's portfolio, just in case he needs a backup. He pulls it up on his computer and sees that she has done package designs for one company, web and UI designs for another, and worked on printed advertisements elsewhere. He thinks about it for a moment and realizes that she hasn't focused on any one type of design for long. He knows people like her usually fall into one of 2 categories. They either do everything okay, but nothing really great, or they can't do anything properly. Luckily, Nile seems to fall into the first category. Her designs are decent and could work for a lot of different clients, so he thinks it wouldn't hurt to bring her in for a short interview. When she arrives for the interview, she's dressed neatly, and he thinks she looks a bit boring at first. But he smiles and greets her, as she bows slightly and introduces herself as Kim Nile. She says she's there for her interview and adds that she brought an extra portfolio. She asks if he's okay with her showing it to him. He thinks she doesn't seem clueless, based on her polite manner, and tells her he'll take a look at it. She explains that she sent the portfolio Mr. Kim gave him without knowing what kind of work the company does. She only found out the name of the agency after she submitted a general portfolio, and she apologizes for that. She mentions that she thought her original portfolio might not have been enough, but quickly adds that she really thought it was good enough, and apologizes again. He tells her he called her in for an interview because he actually likes her portfolio. She thanks him and says she's glad he likes it, but she brought these other pieces because they seemed more aligned with the type of work done at Boren Communications. She explains that there were a lot of changes to the types of projects she worked on at her last companies, so a few years ago, she started working on some personal projects. Mr. Quan has always been popular with women, so he knows exactly when one starts to fall for him. As he watches Nile, he can tell she's starting to like him too. During the interview, she gives off the same signs he's seen many times before. But when he looks at the new portfolio she brought, he feels like passing her up would be a waste. He thinks as long as she doesn't try to get into his personal life, it should be fine. He figures her little fantasy of him will end soon enough, just like it always does. The other women he's worked with have all started out saying how handsome he is, but after some time, they all end up saying he's just crazy instead. He tells her that he prefers to pay talented people well because it's more cost-effective than hiring a bunch of less skilled workers at lower salaries. He explains that everyone knows it's better to have one great person than several people who can't do the job well. But, he says, when it comes to hiring, everyone wants to pay as little as possible. They want to save money and hire fewer people, but they still expect quality work. He tells her that's the problem with the industry and that he's tired of it. What he really wants to do is find talented people like her, pay them what they deserve, and have them produce great work. She looks surprised but thanks him. He figures that should have been enough of a warning, but she agrees to the terms anyway. He asks when she can start, and she says she needs about a month to train her replacement at her old company. She checks if that's okay with him. Mr. Quan agrees and says he can wait a month for her to start, and Nile thanks him. At that moment, he wonders if she's the type to crave praise from higher-ups, or if she just likes compliments in general. A month later, on her first day at work, Nile greets everyone, introduces herself, and says she'll be working on the design team. Everyone welcomes her, calling her a lifesaver. However, when she turns in the draft for her first project, Mr. Quan looks at it and thinks it's just an average design. It's not bad, but it doesn't stand out either. He didn't have high expectations for her to begin with, but now he's lost all interest in her. On the night of her second day at work, he wakes up from a wet dream about her. Confused, he wonders why this happened. He's 30 years old, not a teenager, and it was about one of his employees, of all people. He can't believe it was her, especially since she's only been working for him for 2 days. He thinks it's crazy to have dreamed about someone who has barely anything to do with him. He also wonders why he would dream about her in such a way when he doesn't have any real interest in her. He remembers thinking she seemed a bit boring when he first met her, and that her portfolio felt like a waste to pass up. He had thought as long as she doesn't try to get too personal, things would be fine. The only thing that really caught his attention was her perfectly prepared portfolio, but that definitely wasn't what caused the dream. He questions what's going on and why he's feeling this way. He keeps thinking about it but can't understand why it happened. Frustrated, he picks up his phone and starts looking up how to get into a psychiatric hospital. He's not used to not understanding something, and it's shaking his confidence. He remembers something he saw earlier on his phone about how the whole world is struggling with mental health. He thinks about the dream and their intimate moment, and decides it was a sadistic act. But, strangely, it felt blissful in the dream, and he lost control. He tries to recall the details of that dream, thinking about how much he hates how good his memory is, yet also how much he appreciates it. He can remember every single thing from that damn dream, and wonders what kind of woman would enjoy something like that because she seemed to enjoy it. He used to believe that human reason is above desire, and just because there are plenty of stupid people out there, he didn't need to be one of them. But now, it feels like he's sunk to their level, and it feels worse than he imagined. He spends the whole night searching for psychiatric hospitals, and before he realizes it, it's 6 in the morning. He tells himself that no one will know about the dream unless he talks about it, but there's no way he's going to share it. He decides he'll keep this secret to himself, taking it with him when he leaves this world. Finally, after reaching that conclusion, he stops his search. Up until now, he's always been fine doing his thing, but now everything feels different. The next day at work, he's still thinking about the dream. He wonders why on earth he dreamt about a woman he barely knows, even though she is his subordinate. He remembers someone once asking him if he hated people in general, and that question suddenly pops back into his mind. He admits to himself that it's kind of true. He doesn't really like dealing with people, even though he enjoys hanging out with his friends sometimes and keeps his family at a distance. He doesn't know why he feels this way. He then tells himself that the dream wasn't intentional, he didn't want it to happen, and he definitely didn't ask her to show up in it. She just did. He tells himself he's not interested in her, and he definitely doesn't want anything intimate with anyone. Just then, someone says hello to him. He says good morning back, noting that she came in early today. The woman from his dream is standing right in front of him. He thinks it's a bad time for her to show up, but surprisingly, he doesn't feel affected by it. He asks her why she came in early, and she says she thought of some improvements she could make to the draft she turned in yesterday. This makes him wonder how long her enthusiasm for work will last. She adds that she thought she'd get it done in the morning. He decides not to take his frustration out on her. The more he talks to her, the more he feels something he doesn't quite understand. He says that he gets it. She reminds him that she mentioned she could improve the top section yesterday. He thinks oh to himself, and she continues talking, explaining that she wants to change the color entirely, but it wasn't requested by the client, so it's not possible. He wishes she would look him in the eye instead of avoiding his gaze, so she might notice something different in his eyes. She then says that the readability of the typography isn't bad, but she's worried that emphasizing it too much might throw off the overall balance. He tells her that she should try changing things up in different ways. In his head, he's thinking, damn it, get a grip, but he says out loud that she's still not completely familiar with the company's style, and they aren't familiar with hers either. He can't believe he's still thinking about that lewd dream while talking to her. He goes on to say that the more drafts they have, the better, because it makes it harder for the client to just throw everything out and start over. She agrees, and he adds that it won't matter if the drafts aren't up to standard. She says she understands and will do her best. Meanwhile, he's thinking that if she's this enthusiastic now, it'll probably die down soon. Once all her drafts get rejected, she'll likely get discouraged like the others did. She says she's going to make coffee and asks if he'd like some. She offers to bring it to him, but he declines and says it's fine. She nods and says she'll head in first, wishing him a good morning as she goes. He thinks that from the way she looks at him, he can tell she's interested, but she quickly leaves without dragging out the conversation, so she probably won't cause any trouble. She glances back at him once as she walks away. He watches her go, then tells himself he's out of his mind. He starts realizing that just hearing her say, "Have a good morning," made him react, and this time, it actually happened for real. This is the first time Mr. Quan sees a woman as a woman. He never really understood that concept before, but for some reason, Nile keeps catching his attention, and it's starting to irritate him. At the dinner, someone is pouring a drink into her glass, and she thanks them. It's her welcome party, and she thinks to herself that it's been almost 2 weeks since she started working at the company, so she wonders why they are having the dinner now. Then someone asks if she has a boyfriend, and another person quickly answers that she said she doesn't. The first person asks again, saying that she mentioned she had one earlier, and the other person says no, that she said she's not dating anyone yet, and asks Nile to confirm. She nods, confirming that she isn't dating anyone. The person then asks why not, since she's so pretty. She laughs it off and tells the director she isn't that pretty and he doesn't need to flatter her. He chuckles and says he doesn't know how anyone could pass her up, because he's sure men wouldn't leave her alone. Another person with glasses chimes in, wondering if she's lying and just doesn't want to tell them about her boyfriend. They all joke that it's impossible for her to be single, saying the guys around her must be blind to leave her alone. Meanwhile, Mr. Quan is thinking to himself that all of this is nonsense, and nothing they are saying makes any sense. He doesn't get why they act this way, talking in a way that's just annoying and unnecessary. He hates how they have no awareness of how uncomfortable they are making everyone, not realizing they are crossing the line. He decides watching them talk is a waste of time, and he knows he has no choice but to sit through these company dinners. He just wants to stop them from embarrassing themselves under the excuse that they are drunk. It's all so exhausting and frustrating to him. He wonders what all of that was about, but tells himself it's not because of Nile, and it's not because he feels uncomfortable seeing her outside the office either. Unaware, he finds himself staring at her seriously, and she notices. She looks around, sees him staring, but when he notices she's caught him, he immediately stops and smiles. She bows and returns the smile. The guy sitting next to Nile asks if her glass is empty, commenting that she holds her liquor well, and suggesting he pour her another drink. She thanks him, and he then tells her to try something too, mentioning that the place is famous for a certain dish. She agrees. Mr. Quan thinks it's about time to wrap this up. He notes that Nile won't refuse any of the drinks they keep offering her, and she's only just started working with them. He realizes it's not that she won't refuse, it's that she can't. He also thinks that even if she likes drinking, being offered drinks non-stop by people she hardly knows probably isn't a pleasant experience for her. He stops and wonders why he's doing this, why he keeps worrying about her well-being. But he tells himself that it's not much different from how he usually acts. He also knows that if any other female employee were in the same situation, he would be concerned about her too. Putting people in their place is something he always does. Then Nile speaks up, telling them that she's too busy to date anyone, and that she's not really looking for a relationship. Someone urges her to reconsider, but she says that just because someone is a certain age doesn't mean they have to be in a relationship, whether they are a man or a woman. After thinking about how he feels toward Nile, Mr. Quan becomes frustrated. He's always prided himself on keeping things professional, but lately, he finds himself distracted by her presence. He notices that she's attractive, and although he tries to keep his thoughts in check, he can't help but be drawn to her. He starts wondering why he feels this way and questions what it means about him. It's confusing for him, especially since he's usually not the type to let his emotions get the better of him. Mr. Quan tries to rationalize his feelings, telling himself that it's normal for a man to notice when a woman is attractive. He tells himself that it's just a natural reaction, but deep down, he starts to feel like he's losing control of his usual composed self. His thoughts feel chaotic and he's not sure how to handle it. He realizes that he's not the same as he used to be, and he's unsure of where these new feelings are coming from. As he sits at the table, trying to focus on the conversation, his mind keeps drifting back to Nile. He's frustrated by how often he catches himself staring at her and wonders why she has this effect on him. He knows he should focus on his work, but the tension in his mind makes it hard to stay focused. The more he tries to push his thoughts aside, the more they seem to linger, leaving him feeling unsettled. A guy sitting next to Nile asks if she's 26 or 27 years old, then says she should start dating soon so she can get married. Nile tells him that she doesn't really want to get married yet, because she hasn't met the right person, and it feels a bit early for her. The guy laughs and asks what she means by early, saying that she's not that young anymore, and if she doesn't act fast, she'll miss her chance. Another guy agrees, saying time flies by quickly. A third guy adds that she should think about her future husband, that it's better to get married while she's still young and attractive because, if she waits too long, her husband might not find her as attractive. Mr. Quan interrupts, suggesting they leave since it's almost 11 p.m. The man sitting next to him exclaims, "Oh," agrees, and starts looking for his phone. Someone hands it to him, and he thanks them. Mr. Quan then asks Director Kim and Director Park why they are so drunk. He points out that it's a company dinner, and they are making everyone uncomfortable. He suggests they all look out for the younger employees and go home. He adds that they've all had quite a bit to drink. They all thank him, and the sales guy jokes that Mr. Quan is the boss. As everyone leaves, some of the employees sigh, noting how long it took for them to get home. Nile is right behind him, thanking him for helping her earlier. Mr. Quan turns in surprise because he thought she had already left. He asks her what she's thanking him for, and she says it's for looking out for her. She adds that she had a hard time refusing all the drinks, so she really appreciates it. Mr. Quan tells her she seemed fine with alcohol, but she insists on thanking him anyway, saying that he was more considerate than she thought. Mr. Quan notices how Nile is speaking and carrying herself, and decides she doesn't seem drunk. He tells her that he didn't do anything special, and that she should head home since it's late. She agrees, bows, and tells him to get home safely too. He wants her to leave immediately, and as she walks away, he feels relieved that the uncomfortable evening is finally over. As she opens the exit door, she waves at the others, and someone says they've been wondering where she went, telling her to come over. She replies that she will. Seeing how she's walking, Mr. Quan slaps his face in frustration, but he walks up to her and asks where she lives. She doesn't hear him, so he asks again. After thinking for a moment, she tells him she's fine, but he replies that he didn't ask if she's all right, he asked where she lives. She then explains that she suddenly started feeling tipsy and usually doesn't drink more than she can handle. He tells her that it's not her fault since the others kept pouring drinks for her, then offers to drive her home and tells her to get up. She says there's no need, that she'll sober up soon and that he should leave first. Mr. Quan asks if she's telling him to just leave her on the street when she can't even walk straight. She nods and says yes. He then asks if it's okay for him to touch her hand for a moment. She asks him to confirm what he just said, and he asks if that's all right. She questions if he's sure, but before she can respond, he lifts her up. He tells her that unwanted physical contact is considered sexual harassment, but she quickly responds that he could have just helped her up without asking about touching her hand, calling him a pervert. If you're eager for the next chapter, drop a comment expressing your interest in a part 5. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated. Until next time, ciao.